Good evening. We'll call to order the regular meeting of the Lakewood Planning Commission on Wednesday, February 21st at 7 p.m. Mr. Rice, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Buckley.
I am here, and thank you to everyone in the crowd who came tonight. I appreciate that you all care about your community and showed up here, and it was my fault that this meeting started late. Mea culpa.
Commissioner Furman.
Here.
Commissioner Gribble-Eunice.
Here.
Commissioner Kettner.
Here.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Here.
And Commissioner O'Neill and Peters have let me know that they are unable to attend this evening.
Right. Thank you. Item 3. So the first thing on our agenda is entitled Other Legislative Matters, which is a category under our rules. These are circumstances where City Council has requested that we review an issue and make recommendations back to them. Those issues are always limited by city charter and by state statute and everything else to land use matters only. I'm going to read what was on Lakewood Speaks. I'm sure everyone has seen that, but the Planning Commission is requested to bring back to Council recommendations on 1, the Planning Commission to study and provide recommendations for a proactive community engagement process as part of the large site plan pre-planning process. And secondly, to study and provide recommendations for potential park-adjacent overlay guidelines, such as bulk plane setbacks, etc. So that was what the City Council adopted, and they've asked us to opine on those two things. I just want to explain the process a little bit. Mentioned in our rules under Rule 3.14 is where we have the authority to gather information from the public, from professional staff, research of commissioners themselves, and review and make recommendations. In order for us to make recommendations, we are a voting body. We would need to have majority support for any recommendations that we make. Tonight is an opportunity to give comments and then for the commission to discuss. Based on that discussion, my expectation is we may come up with some ideas about recommendations. We would then draft those, post those on Lakewood Speaks prior to the next meeting so people can see the actual language that we may be talking about. And then again, we'll take public comment on that draft. We'll have discussion following that. And then ultimately, we may take a vote on those particular recommendations. I hope that everyone understands that this is not about a particular development project. This is a legislative matter. We are trying to come up with recommendations for the future. And any comments that you make, which we are eager to hear, should be related to those agenda items rather than to the merits of any individual project. And that's important. And the reason it's important, as we've been advised by council, is that if an application were to come to us, and it's hypothetically possible, an application on any parcel of property could come to us, that's a quasi-judicial matter, which means that we have procedural rules that bind us, and we're not allowed to have ex parte communications. We're required to be impartial. We're required to hold off on making a determination on the merits of that particular project. So it actually would be an ethical problem for any member of the commission to be involved and discuss with anyone the merits of an individual application on a property. What we're talking about today, and you may, because of a particular experience, have ideas about how it can be done better in Lakewood. That's what we're here to hear about tonight. And with that, I'm going to let folks comment and take up to 3 minutes. The last thing I'll say is this is a little different than City Council. We are trying to engage in more of a dialogue so that we make sure we understand the kinds of recommendations that the public brings to us. Therefore, after your 3 minutes, if you wouldn't mind, please stay at the podium because it's possible that a commissioner may have a follow-up question. and they may want to better understand what your recommendation is. So if you're willing to do that, we'll start with the first person who is signed in on this particular issue. And I'm assuming, Mr. Rice, that all of these are folks for agenda item number 3?
My understanding, yes.
Okay. Pam Kearns? Oh, okay. Okay. So, for this, favor this request, yes, no, do you speak? Ed, is it Gilchrist? Gilchrist, I'm sorry.
No, quite all right. I spent most of my life in the Marine Corps. I've been told a lot worse. Good evening,
Great.
Commissioners and folks. Thank you very much. My name's Ed Gilchrist. I live right on the park here. My bigger concern is the very thing that you were just addressing, and that is that certainly I'm concerned that if the legislative body of Lakewood has relinquished some of its authority to the commission and allows them to act unilaterally, then I can't have fault with how you guys may act or not act in the future on some issue, hypothetical, whatever it is, okay? So my recommendation is that you folks, legal folks, folks who understand representative democracy, at least in a republic of which we're a microcosm, right? How can we help agents of bureaucracy, or how can we retain, as with our representatives, our city council people, retain some of that authority so that city managers, city planners can't make decisions that maybe get to the point that some of these issues have arrived at. I don't find fault with what you all have done as long as you acted within the law. But I do feel like the representatives probably relinquished too much authority on specific areas. I think we ought to probably rein some of that in, cage it a little bit. That's my concern and that's my issue. Any questions?
Yeah, I think, so
Very global, high level,
yeah,
right?
right. In terms of reviewing a major site plan,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're concerned about the amount of existing discretion available to staff.
Right. There needs to be a reasonable amount.
And what, can you help us figure out where to draw that line?
Well, I'm hoping that our city authorities and you all can find that balance. If I'm sitting in your shoes, I'm going to assume I'm doing what's in the best interest of the city. So by that same token, I'm going to say as much authority as you can give me is going to allow me to move quicker. But that doesn't mean we're always going to agree with something a city planner does. So I think our representatives have expressed time and time again, there's really nothing they could have done about this. A hypothetical site plan, for instance. If that's actually the case, then I'm concerned that they've relinquished too much command. So I think we need to identify areas, folks like you and the city council, I think, need to identify areas where you maybe don't need that much authority, or there ought to be city review before those kind of decisions are made. I've heard lots of stuff going on over the past several months, no particular issue, talking about how people operated unilaterally, too much authority was given. So can we review those statutes? Can we review that authority and find out where it's reasonable to rein that in? Sorry, I've gone way over my 3 minutes.
No, I appreciate that. Other questions from commissioners? Thank you very much.
Thanks, folks.
Yep. Barbara Bullen?
At least you didn't say Bueller.
Bueller.
It's not Bueller, it's Bueller.
Okay.
So one of
Wait till you get to the mic.
Yeah, I guess.
Thanks.
Trust me, I don't need a mic.
All right.
But I do appreciate, Kathy knows. I absolutely appreciate the thought going into how we can form a more cooperative effort. And without going into any detail, we've had experience with a developer who blatantly lied about the amount of community involvement in order to secure funding. And there are numerous other infractions. My question is there going to be a hierarchy of, not, I hate the word punishment, but some type of reparation for doing that?
So again, this is your opportunity to say to us, we think there should be changes in the pre-planning process that provides for greater community engagement on large site plans. So based on your experience, do you?
Absolutely. And, at the meeting a few weeks ago, I had said something to the effect of, I so appreciate affordable housing and everything they're trying to build, but you can't disregard the people it impacts. And if we were considered in those decisions and the plans and everything else, it would be a much more cooperative effort. And I do think there needs to be, when somebody, and we've got email, we have certain proof of the way we were bypassed, and I think those bear investigation. So I think maybe the Planning Commission, whoever's going to be heading this, needs to be able to review the complaints, have them furnish proof of if they met the requirements, and then there needs to be something punitive. And I'm not saying, a $15,000 fine for every inference. First time should be a warning, obviously. But I think that needs to be a gradient thing, because I think as a people, as a group, as a community, we're being ignored, and what we want is being ignored. And that's a real problem. So yes, I think there should be an oversight committee that addresses that.
Questions from commissioners? Yep. Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
Oh, I'm sorry. Was yours on before? I missed it, Kathy. Okay. Commissioner Buckley first,
Okay.
then Commissioner Kentner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kentner. And thank you for coming here tonight. You just mentioned a moment ago a developer on some project in the past maybe overlooked you or didn't reach out. For the purposes of perhaps drafting better rules in the future, explain to me maybe why you or your organization had special standing or importance to be reached out to. Clearly, I think there's a need for developers to engage the community more, but there's also 160,000 people in Lakewood. They're never going to talk to every single resident about everything. So help me draw the line of, how does the developer know, like in the case that you were concerned about, without mentioning what that case was, that you should have been reached out to?
Well, that's a great question, and I can absolutely qualify that. We live on a very small, very narrow street that has, I believe, 12 houses, something to that effect. It's very small. And they indicated that overflow parking could be on those streets, yet they contacted 4 houses. 4 houses knew about it. Nobody else was even contacted. We were never invited. And when we suggested that they have a multi-level parking structure, I even offered to help them fundraise for it if it was a problem. And we were blatantly ignored. And that type of thing is what creates the friction between the community and the developers. And we've got to do something about that. And if it's punitive, but there was no way they didn't know we were there.
Okay, so you're
No
saying,
way.
in the specific case you were referring, you were an immediate neighbor of a potential development, and so,
They were going to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But they were going to use our street for access, and that's still the plan, which is what we're fighting. We have people that rely on medical equipment. There's no guarantee they can get fire trucks up there. If you park on both sides of the street, you don't even have a full lane to go through. It's that narrow. It's old school. We have drainage ditches. We have tons of issues with this development, and we've voiced them, and we're being ignored.
Okay. No, thank you. That's helpful. It seems to me, based on what you're saying, that maybe some of this could be ameliorated if there was some sort of requirement about reaching out to folks within a certain radius or
Well, there
block
is a
length.
requirement. They applied for a chapel loan, and it
Okay.
specifically asked that, and they lied on it. So what I'm saying is that they have things in place, but who enforces that,
Okay.
I see. Okay.
right?
Right. Commissioner Kentner.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the Chaffa. This project happened to get LIHTC, so that is their special, when you mentioned, what about this project, there's a requirement through that. And in reading those documents, it does say that there was neighborhood outreach, but it doesn't mention who those neighbors were, and the immediate neighbors have no idea who that was. But that is the specific, like when you asked about a special, there actually was a special thing in their case for the necessity. My question for you is eminent domain involved at all in what's going to be done?
I'm going to
I'm sorry, what do you mean, what's going to be done? You're
in the
referring to a
proposed, in the
particular project?
proposed plans at your project,
Yeah,
and the
so,
reason I'm
Commissioner
asking,
Kentner,
the reason I'm
Commissioner
asking,
Kentner.
can I please tell you the reason I'm asking? The reason I'm asking is because, and this wasn't on my thing, is that perhaps in the future, that is one of the qualifying things that we could have that would require some kind of oversight, if that's a common theme. So I'm wondering if that was something that is proposed currently in the project. Does that understand how that relates to?
So, again, and Commissioner Kentner has been advised by council, as we all have, that we're not to talk about the specifics of any particular project. We are interested in changes that could be made that would be better as it
Right.
relates to. So let's not engage in questions specifically on a project, because that would be wrong under the law.
So the reason that, again, there's no final project here, and I will save that, and I will just put it on my list that can be something that we can address, because that could perhaps be one of those qualifications for, I'm trying to find out when we could have more oversight and some strict parameters, and finding out what people's specific issues have been over specific site plans could help that. Thank you for testifying in your comments tonight.
Thank you. And I would also make a suggestion that somebody, and honestly, I am at a loss when it comes to government. I don't know what the hierarchy is, who we do it, who has purview over something, but we need a committee or a group that does nothing but facilitate impacted areas and the developers. We need to work together. It would make everything so much easier. So, Commissioner Kolkmeyer, could you take that on?
Again, I think it's an interesting idea, and I have written it down.
Okay, I think it's one whose time has come.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Mark Smith.
I didn't know I'd be called so early. FYI, I worked in the city of Benningfield as a municipal county.
So for everyone, if you wouldn't mind, wait till you get to the mic, because we
Sorry.
can't hear you on
No
the...
problem.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't know I'd be called so early. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I worked as a city planner for 20 years, so I hope that's helpful. I know zoning codes pretty well. I've written zoning codes a lot. I've worked in long-range planning. I've worked in current planning. That's just as a background, so I think that's helpful. The fact is, Mr. Chairman, you said we're not here because of a project. I totally respect that. Totally get that. I'll bet you 80% of the people, 90% of the people aren't here because of that project. Are here because of that project. And I totally respect that you do not want to hear about that project. I have no problem with that. But it's unrealistic to talk about changes to zoning code. And there's no need to go into the project, Belmar Park West. There's no need to go into it. But it's unrealistic to talk about changes to major site plan or other codes without knowing what happened or what is happening with this project. Again, I will not go into it. The the major site plan code that the city has is, I'm not saying it's a perfect code. No code is ever a perfect code. The city of Lakewood has a whole range of good to excellent codes, including codes that address the motions that were passed on the 22nd by the city council. Your major site plan code is an excellent overall procedurally in terms of what it offers. The major site plan code is essentially a process code. Really is no substance. The substantive codes are your park and dedication code, your tree protection ordinance, the bulk and dimensional standards in your respective, the qualitative standards in Article 1. The problem, which is glaring, has been that you have staff that have not respected a massive project of this size, underline massive, on an extremely sensitive site. Let me remind you, your major site plan code, I believe I'm correct to say that subdivisions of 3 or more lots. So if I build 3 residential units, that's major site plan automatically. 20% or more site disturbance, automatic major site plan. 20% building increase, automatic major site plan. Here we have a 412 unit, 800,000 square foot building. The planning director could have put this and should have put this, any planning director, in my humble opinion, in this circumstance, worth his or her salt, would understand the impacts of this scope of project. So the mechanisms are there.
Mr. Smith, your time's up,
Okay.
but you may get some follow-up questions.
mechanisms are there.
You may get a follow-up question that
Great.
gives you a chance.
I welcome them.
Are there any commissioner questions? Commissioner Kentner?
Do you have some mechanisms that you would like to recommend to us?
I think your code is perfectly fine. I think, look, there's always minor code adjustments that can be made. You certainly could take your major site plan and say, okay, these will automatically go to Planning Commission public hearing. You have a very low threshold right now for major site plans. You don't want all of those going. I think it's the discretion. I think it's, forgive my statement here, it's about having a planning director who has, especially one who's been with the community for years, who ought to have the sensitivity. It's not even sensitivity, it's basic professional practice. It's basic professional practice.
So, did you have anything else?
Well, just, was there a specific threshold that you would recommend?
I
guess
think you always need some level of discretion in codes. That's just how codes work. It's not a fixed, and you always have unique site circumstances. You always have unique development projects. Everything is different. And so it's perfectly suitable to have discretion in codes. But your codes, I mean, it's almost like the council thinks that the mechanism doesn't exist. The mechanism is right in front of you. The mechanism is right in front of all staff, it's in front of all planning commission, it's in front of all elected officials, as well as mechanisms for overlay. So I'm just very troubled. Respectfully, it's kicking the can down the road when you've got stuff right in front of you that is not being, this is a question of code, caliber of code administration. That's what it's about. Forgive me for being blunt. That's what it's about.
Commissioner Furman?
So you were talking about discretion within the code, and thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
I saw your message on Lakewood Speaks. Just so I'm clear, what you were talking about on Lakewood Speaks had to do with the idea of first the director giving this to the Planning Commission for review. And so at that point, right, it would still be, as you point out, reviewed under the qualitative standards.
Qualitative and quantitative.
Exactly. But under the sort of normal zoning standards that impact that. And so if we're reviewing it under those standards, is the discretion you're describing the act of the planning director turning it over to the Planning Commission for an advisory review? Or is it discretion in how either the planning director or the Planning Commission were to review it? And by that, I mean the discretion in how we interpret the qualitative and quantitative standards.
Well, if it's referred up to a quasi-judicial body, a planning director making a decision on a major site plan, that remains a quasi-judicial decision, even though it's by a single administrative official in this case. It still might be considered quasi-judicial. I think it still is. If it goes up to the Planning Commission, really important to keep in mind when planning commissions by and large are lay bodies, unless you get to a larger city, maybe a very sophisticated, you may have attorneys or whatnot, or engineers serving on planning commissions, or design professionals. In general, and I don't know this commission, I suspect you're a lay body. And by that I mean general citizenry who come from different professions and act as volunteers to the community. When a project is reviewed up to the Planning Commission, I've dealt with this my whole career, I'm retired, the expertise for review still comes from staff. Staff has a huge role to play in staff reports, counsel to, when I say counsel, I mean advice, information, educational, all that stuff to a planning commission or planning board. So it's not as if staff is out of the picture by any account. Planning commissions always rely on staff guidance, but it becomes a public process, which is a whole different, offers a whole range of opportunities. This project, and not to go back to it, totally closed door. And I don't care if it's this project or other projects. So I hope I'm answering your question, Mr. Furman. There's these,
well, sort of.
Once it gets up to a planning commission level, you still have staff hand in hand working with planning commission. But there needs to be good decision-making at the outset as to whether something should be kicked up. Now, you could certainly put a criteria to say, 10 or more units automatically go, whatever that may be. I personally think the code as written is acceptable, but if the city of Lakewood wanted to ensure those were automatically kicked up, you could certainly put in some numbers.
I guess what I was getting at, and by way of the way you described it, I think you answered my question anyway, which is when you talked about the discretion, whether the discretion was when we put it to a commission versus how we decide on that particular major site plan. And the reason I say that is, right, because of, and I've experienced this both professionally and in this world, is exactly that. These things are based on standards that exist. And so then the question is, and I think you already answered it, are we talking about we have discretion to perhaps ignore the zoning code and deny something based on that discretion, or is it discretion about when it is handed up? And that is the level of community engagement I guess I was sort of asking about, because of that sort of is a critical piece of what I'm trying to understand what you were suggesting.
Well, one of the things, zoning codes have quantitative and qualitative criteria. The ways Lakewood's, some here in this room might disagree, the way Lakewood's, let me back up. Lakewood has what I would consider, no question about it, zero question about it, a binding comprehensive plan. Binding. Under the Colorado revised statutes for master plans, historically in Colorado, binding plans used to be considered advisory. There's a well-known Supreme Court on the case, Theobald. It's 1978, approximately.
We're getting a little far afield, but yes, you're absolutely
what
right.
I'm pointing out is that comprehensive plans several years ago, the legislature says that comprehensive plans, master plans may be made binding.
Which they are in Lakewood.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Mr. Kolkmeyer, because the city planning department has it listed as advisory on their website.
I understand.
So thus my concerns, because the comprehensive plan is being ignored. It's being cherry picked. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ada Wilder did not mark. Do you want to speak?
I can. I'm not sure that how much I might add to.
It's entirely up to you.
Sure. Well, this would be my first time doing anything like this, so please excuse my possible informality. And thank you for the time, because I know how valuable time is. I'm a teacher in Jeffco at a public charter school, and I have 3 children. We've been living in Lakewood for 5 years, and in Colorado for the past 15. One of the things I respect about Colorado as a whole, having grown up in Texas, is that it's very noticeable how much Colorado cares for its green spaces and the health of its population in all of the planning. What I noticed, especially in Lakewood, was that Lakewood's not just named for, just not a pretty name. There's actually lakes in Lakewood when we first moved here about 10, 12 years ago. So my request for planning, per your guidelines for the evening. Well, I had a question and then I have a request. My question was, how is large development, such as been referenced, going to aid the growth of Lakewood in a conscious, intentional way? And that was a question that I have for you all. Not that it necessarily needs to be answered right now. But then also going forward in a larger scope and a grander vision of how Lakewood can still hold this wonderful space of being a gateway to the foothills and, a little boutique spot before you hit the mountains and you get to go ski and enjoy yourself up there. But how we could actually become an exemplary city of what it's like to live in balance, to improve the human health and also keep our little urban wildlife pockets whole, and so that they can still be enjoyed. So that's my little piece. And so far, thoroughly enjoy living here. Would love to see it continue to be growing, but in a more intentional way rather than what feels like a developer grab to me. But again, I'm speaking as a lay person.
So, terrific. One of the things we were asked is, should there be some special rules near parks?
Oh, yeah.
Curious if it sounds like that's kind of where you were going. Do you have any recommendations that we should consider that have to do with protecting areas around parks?
Oh, and I live 25 steps from Belmar Park. And it's been glorious to watch it change in seasons. Recommendations that I might make. They're not going to be popular recommendations because the biggest problem that I see is pet waste. Things of this nature. Different ways to dispose of pet waste would be a massive thing. Some sort of incentive in order to reduce the garbage impact, the amount of waste that humans just make in general. And I'm not talking about like sewage waste, I'm talking about garbage waste, right? Some sort of incentive around that would be a beautiful thing, I think, to encourage people to actually reuse and reduce. But those are my 2 main things. And as like a pie in the sky dream, the bright lights. If Lakewood had a dark city designation for the birds, particularly, because I notice the birds get confused when there's a lot of snow, especially in the springtime. For me, being right on the park, I notice it. That's a pie in the sky dream. I totally understand that. People like their lights, but,
Okay.
those 3 things are top of my list, yeah.
Appreciate it. Other commissioner questions? Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Carolyn, is it Bergman? Oh, apologies. Barbara Millman? I'm not going to talk. Okay. Regina Hopkins?
Hi, Regina Hopkins, Ward 5. I came here to express my concerns about the lack of public review options for the site plan at 777 South Yarrow. It's disheartening to see our elected representatives.
So let me just ask, Ed, because it might be that everything you're going to say is something we want to hear. Is there a way for you to make these generic and say all major site plans should have certain things based upon your experience rather than commenting on 777 Yarrow, which
So
is not before us?
I'm not allowed to say that specific
Well,
address.
You can say the address, but hopefully everyone understands what's going on here, right? We've been tasked to make recommendations for the future, and the people in this room probably have some really great ideas. If you don't think things are working well, then tell us what would be a better way. But we are not here to listen to the merits of a particular proposal, because that is not something before the commission. Does that make sense?
I'll try and just skip my address then in this, because I already prepared my speech, so I'm just gonna pretty much stick
But we're
to it.
obligated to take comments based upon what's on our agenda, not,
Well,
this isn't general public
This
comment.
is definitely related
Okay.
to what the whole thing is we're talking about.
Great.
It's disheartening to see our elected representatives, the council members of Lakewood, not fully meeting their fiduciary duties and obligation to prioritize the well-being of the citizens. The foremost responsibility should be to act in our best interests rather than the developers, even if that means standing up to them in the face of lawsuits. Repeatedly, we've seen administrative staff fail to uphold the full meaning and intent of the planning code provisions, despite clear public interest. This negligence is especially evident in specific projects we're talking about tonight, where vital ordinances such as Lakewood's 8-inch tree caliper protection ordinance and the land dedication ordinance are not being upheld. How can we allow a parcel of land to be developed into towering structures which disregard the surrounding area and specific bird or wildlife sanctuaries with which they share a property line? The consideration for public interest concerns is appalling. Instead of prioritizing the well-being of our community, decisions are being made behind closed doors, shutting out any chance for meaningful public input. This is not how I believe democratic processes should function. We have the opportunity at certain sites to respect the scale of the surrounding area and incorporate quality site planning elements, not specifically bird baths and bird houses. Many citizens advocate for purchasing certain land, either through voluntary sale, eminent domain, or philanthropic donation. When we've had chances in the past to acquire land next to parks, they've been chosen to be disregarded. For as an example of Mayor Adam Paul is one on a recent project. The proposed planning has currently, the current one we're talking about, has failed community planning, threatening to mar the entirety of this area. And our planning director, despite claims of caring for public interest, has failed to repeatedly and genuinely ensure public participation and input, which I would like to see actual public input be included with transparency and accountability, and uphold our own
your time's
ordinances.
up. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Griblionis.
Thank you, Chair. I was kind of curious, what in your mind would be the goal of this community input process?
I think the goal here would be to have a representative voice, not just hear from a few people who might be affected, but I think having a larger community input would be important, and a way for us all to hear about having this public input process versus what happened. We're all blindsided by this proposed recent project that's suddenly massively going to change the entirety of our community. So I think having bigger, a representative voice is a important thing, not just hearing from 3 people that the community planning director himself picked out.
Just a follow-up question. If we'll take a generic project here, if a large development was giving periodic updates to the surrounding community with no public input process, would that help mitigate some of the surprise?
No, I don't see how, like, just giving us updates. I think the failure here was to not have any say on the public interest here is a public park, right? We're talking about a public park, and this is going to affect the public. The park, we're all allowed to use that public park, and that is the big point of contention here. It's affecting the community of Lakewood in not ways that a lot of us want to see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Lanny James?
It's Lene.
Hi.
And-
Oh, Lene, I apologize.
That's okay. There's a funny saying about follow the money, and I think one of the boundaries is a money boundary. And when we're years into a project and huge amounts of money spent by developers and the city evaluating it, that's too late to seek feedback. That's my main concern.
Do you have a sense of when you think the right time would be? At what point do you think formal community engagement should happen?
I think things should be, I don't know how you do it when you've got developers that, if you're putting out information about a new project that you're considering with a certain developer, if that opens them to competition and you to competition, I don't know. I'm a research scientist in biology, and there are some other biological issues for me in terms of the commitment that Lakewood made early on to developing parkland. Both Addenbrook and Belmar were among the earliest purchases in Lakewood. And they have been developed very differently. One is an oasis without a lot of structure to it, and the other has playing fields and rest facilities. I've never really thought about a lot of our parks don't have rest facilities. Hadn't thought about that. But the people were involved in those early decisions about those 2 parks. And actually, in one of them, not involved and took a stand and took a position. I think it needs to be early. If we had a list of what are the things you're looking at in this next quarter, to be us be thinking about it too. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Did I recall Pat Milner? I'm sorry. Good.
Good evening. My name's Pat Mellon. I'm an
Mellon.
attorney. Mellon, M-E-L-L-E-N.
I'm sorry.
Really bad handwriting. I'm understanding.
My apologies.
That's okay. In an effort to focus on suggestions, recommendations, I think there is a over-reliance that I've seen in this particular municipality on the concept of use by right. That either the population doesn't understand or doesn't agree with. Because a use by right doesn't feel like a use by right when there are easements that are being vacated and lot lines that are being changed and fee in lieu decisions that are being made that abandon land dedications, and exceptions are being allowed to open space within a zoning designation. Those don't feel like use by right. Those feel like a lot of discretion being executed by the city staff. So I think if there were parameters that were given or voted on, I don't know, but agreed to by the community of if these things are going to be changed, it's no longer appropriate for it to be only through a staff process. Second, I'm here to tell you that, and all I do is residential land use and residential land litigation. The use of a piece of property by an owner is a very protected right in the state of Colorado. But that right ends when what your use is going to be affects your neighbors. It's called a nuisance or trespassing. So even though it feels like a use by right, if that use affects the neighbors, then they have a say. And the issue in this particular, in some of the parkland question, is the fact that the parks are owned by the city. They are not owned by the citizens. And they are not owned in trust for the citizens. They're owned by the city. And so the options that the citizens have to say, I have an interest in that parkland, are very slim. And the Lakewood ordinances could use a park overlay concept that includes the ability for the people who use and can demonstrate use of that parkland to have a voice in things that will affect the parkland. I also would recommend that you guys put a waiver in your applications that developers understand that they're proceeding at their own risk. And so to hear a mayor or anyone else in any position of power in a municipality make decisions or avoid making decisions for fear of being sued makes me sad for my profession. We shouldn't be putting you in that position.
Questions? Commissioner Furman.
So you described the use by right being not enforced when their property being developed is going to have a development that is a nuisance. Do you, I guess, without talking about particular projects, do you have, in your professional opinion, what is defining that thing as a nuisance such that it could be put into a code? I mean, I guess my question is there a way for it to be more than an opinion, a way that it can be codified such that...
Nuisance has a definition. So it's something that interferes with my ability to use the quiet enjoyment of my property. So it's things like smells, dog waste that ends up on my property. It's light infringement. I mean, nuisance has a legal definition. And so to the degree that any project could be anticipated to have that kind of impact on a neighboring property, it could be included as a criteria. The issue becomes the citizens of Lakewood don't own, and I don't want to get into a particular project, but where the city owns the neighboring land, the city can in fact waive all that and say, I'm not going to care about that. But the people who actually use the property do care. So the city has a bit of a conflict of interest in those nuisance definitions because they're approving things that allow for nuisances because they can.
You are an attorney, right?
Yes, I am.
Great, then you're the right person.
I can't give you legal advice.
I understand, but you're the right.
The city attorneys will have my head.
You're the right person for this question, though. In your view, when is the appropriate time in a development process for there to be vested rights? Because you're suggesting that a developer who applies could be required to sign a waiver saying, I'm proceeding at my own risk. Is there any point in the development process when there is a vested right?
You know, I haven't researched that. That's a good question. Okay. I don't do development work.
Right.
But there is a continuum,
right?
And I feel like your elected leaders aren't comfortable, or there are projects where there's particular timelines that have happened and investments that have happened that have gotten you guys to some very weird places. So maybe one of the things you need to do is add a time limit that if a certain project hasn't been approved by a certain time period, that other things happen. Because the longer you get into a project and the more expectations that are out there and the more money that is spent, obviously there's a bigger investment and a bigger feeling of risk.
Right. But at some point, a property owner gets vested rights. That's a pretty well-established notion, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that a developer asking for things that are outside, and again, this is not my, development is not my area of law, but logically, throwing a bunch of money at something to try and get a municipality to agree to concessions, you shouldn't be able to buy vested rights just by the amount of money you throw at it.
The park overlay idea, I'm really intrigued by this. So the thought would be, because I think I heard you say that you could have an overlay. So the first question would be, how far from it, the park, would that apply? And then secondly, that if in that overlay area, there would be some recognized community engagement, participation. So if you could elaborate on both of those, how far away do you think that's appropriate, and what would be that guaranteed participation?
Well, so Jefferson County, unincorporated Jefferson County has a similar concept where if you're going to do a subdivision of a particular land, I worked with a gentleman who was trying to subdivide some land in unincorporated Jefferson County. Notices went out to everyone within, I want to say it was half a mile radius from the center of his property. And the difficulty in Lakewood is that your ordinances in the planning subsection 2 is that you have to have an adjoining property, right? It's not within a particular radius. It has to be adjoining. And so that's in some very specific carve-out properties, that's a real problem. So I could see a half a mile, I could see a quarter mile from the center of, center of balance, or what do you want to call it, from the center of a property, half a mile in a circle will get you a certain number of people who have a right to have notice of a particular development that's at the application point. So my understanding, and most municipalities do this, there's a pre-application screening of here's where you're probably going to have problems, here's what you need to look at drainage, or you need to look at access, or you need to look at any kind of grading that needs to be done, right? So that pre-application process feels like a good time to talk about what the radius should be.
So that might change project to project, you're saying?
Might change project to project. That's an option.
Okay.
Or you could have a fixed one. A pre-application screening process, it feels a bit early because you're not committed to that design yet. It's really just, my understanding from my experience is it's much more sort of blue sky.
Right.
We're thinking about doing this. Now, when you've got an application that is being sent out, referred out to staff for opinions and analysis and applications, that is absolutely the right time and not later.
Okay, great. Commissioner Kettner.
I hate to leave Ms. Mellon standing here for too long, but I would like to opine
don't
just
get me yelled.
briefly. It was something that I did study up on a little bit on in preparation for this meeting, and would like to recommend if all my fellow planning commissioners do not yet have a copy of the most recent Colorado Land Planning and Development Law Book. It might be a useful document. And as far as the vesting and when things vest, neither the Colorado Supreme Court nor the Colorado Court of Appeals has addressed whether common law development rights will vest for a site plan, even if they were to decide that vested rights
Commissioner,
arise.
out of respect to the people who have come here to talk to us, we're going to have a chance to discuss if there's something you want us. But do you have a question for?
I don't think I do in this, other than would you agree with this, that, site plan does not necessarily give a vested right? It would seem that
I'm willing to agree with that book. I haven't
Okay.
studied it myself. How's
Thank
that?
you. Thank you for your time tonight.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Carol McCoy.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Carol McCoy, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm from Ward 4. Just picking up on the conversation you were having with Pat, in terms of the radius for how far out would you be giving notice to the public about development, I think that all the residents of Lakewood would have concerns in any development that is happening up near a park or in other parts of the city. So why you would make a recommendation that we would just give notice within a set area, I would recommend that you have a notification that is much broader. You can put it in, I know newspapers are not so apropos these days, but newspaper, your website, there's a lot of ways to get the word out to people about a development that they might be interested in. So I do have some specific thoughts on your question about recommendations regarding proactively engagement with the public. And so one of them is the interest, like you might think Belmar Park is just of concern to people in Ward 3. Well, I'm in Ward 4, and I love that park, and I'm a user of that park. So I don't think you can just think, well, it's only this part of the city where the interest lies. So very, very important to engage the public on potentially controversial projects. Don't wait till it becomes controversial. If you think, so this would be a recommendation, that if you think a project could be controversial, that would be the one where you would want to be triggering a process that would be engaging the public. Now, you've asked some questions to some of the speakers. At what point do you engage the public? And you don't want to engage it too late, because a developer, a project proponent, could be pretty far along with their project, and they'll be less receptive to making modifications. So I like the idea of the kind of the conceptual timing for when you would want to be engaging with the public. In terms of potentially controversial projects, some criteria to consider, certainly adjacent to a public park, adjacent to Belmar Park, you would think, hello, yes, for sure, indeed, this is a project that we should be engaging the public in. Another criteria would be, is a project going to alter the character of a neighborhood in a negative way? If you think there's a massive project that's going to have a negative impact on some of your neighborhoods, it's important, I think, to engage the public in deliberation and shaping what that project is going to look like. Impacts to important city cultural resources. If a project could cause unacceptable impacts to environmental resources and values has...
Unfortunately, your time's up, but you may get questions.
Okay.
Commissioner Buckley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Was the time running there? I didn't see any time. It was, okay.
No problem. All right.
Was it 3 minutes? Oh, wow, okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the 3 minutes goes by fast. And thank you, Ms. McCoy. You inspired me to look it up here on my laptop. We do have some provisions in the code today for sending out notices to property owners nearby for certain events. And so for an initial zoning of a property annexed into the city or a rezoning, property owners and registered neighborhood organizations within a half mile of the property get a notice, and property owners within 500 feet get
So
a
I'm
notice.
suggesting that you go broader than that. Then certainly
That
you
was my
can,
question,
you can have a smaller project that maybe the impact really is the immediate neighbors. But there are other projects that have a broader impact to a community, and there's community interests. So I was suggesting that you shouldn't be assuming that only people in a particular ward or in a particular block are interested in a particular development.
Certainly. If we had to pick a radius, do you have an idea of what a good radius might be?
I'm just suggesting, why don't you just put it on a website?
Sure.
Do, public notice.
Sure.
As broadly as you can in terms of responsibilities, of your civic responsibilities to the citizenry of this city.
Okay, yeah, sure, that makes sense. And just to be clear, too, we are talking kind of about two things here. We're talking about public engagement for major site plans, and we're talking about maybe special rules or considerations for developments near parks.
Yeah.
In your mind, would the need for additional notice be any different in those two scenarios, or different from what we have now, different from each other?
Well, I think it would be different because the notification there wasn't broad notification related to Belmar Park. It's kind of been a citizen effort to really get the information out. And I think in that instance, I think it's really important for a deliberative body to be making decisions on these controversial projects. It really shouldn't be vested within an administrator, within a planning department. It should really be a more deliberative process, more engagement in making those decisions.
Okay. And along that idea, to have a truly engaged process, to have something more deliberative, it would seem to me that what one of the earlier commenters said about that process happening early is ideal. Do you have thoughts about appropriate timing there for engagement and a step in the process when things can still be shaped by public comment?
Yeah, so that is before you're getting so far down the road that commitments are being made, that development footprints are really being firmed up. I think we've heard quite a bit about the importance of some of the discretionary calls that have been made with regard to lot line, making changes to lot line, making changes to the parkland dedication versus the fee, accepting of the fee, undoing of easements, not engaging with applying the various ordinances. So I think we've talked about today if Lakewood would apply some of its already on the books requirements, you could avoid some of the controversy that has erupted over the existing project. I think it's really important for the city to understand that and I think we did hear a little bit that even sometimes after a major site plan is approved, there's still some discretionary opportunities that right now we don't have a major site plan approval, that there is some latitude for the city leaders to make some changes with regard to a given project, and I think they ought to use that authority and how they shape a given project. and engage the public. The key thing is engagement with the public and get the benefit of the input. And so I think I understood you to say that you are going to compile all the recommendations that you're planning on sending to the mayor and the city council, and you're going to make that available for additional public input. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah,
or am I
again, the process is, this is the issue that has been sent to us, has been noticed.
Yep.
We're taking comment. We will be discussing it ourselves. If there's some consensus on some recommendations that we'd like to take a more serious look at, then those would be made available prior to a public hearing that people could comment on specifically.
Because one thing that is so important is to have a written record, and that allows people to react to and give you ideas on how to strengthen it and how what you got right, what needs adjustment. So I think having a clear and it's usually an administrative record, but a written record of decision making is so important.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner
yes.
Polkmeyer, since James came down, he didn't sign up on the list.
Okay.
Would you mind adding him since he's down here?
Sure.
He wanted to talk on both items. He wants to talk about the site plan item, and then the other one, he won't talk about it now. He'll come back for the other item.
Okay. I would be fine if Mr. Mace wants to come forward. I assume the rest of the commission is fine with that?
Can I just do it now?
Yes.
It doesn't make sense to send me back up there and then have me come back down.
Right.
Good evening, Commissioners. James Mace, Ward 1. The main reason that I want to speak on this is I am also a user of Belmar Park. And what I want to see happen is I believe the recommendations that I have would be for the apartment complex, move it away from the area that it's at and put it further away from the bird sanctuary. My recommendations for you guys would be make the outhouses, instead of having outhouses in Belmar Park for people to use the restroom, please make it easier for wheelchairs and people that use equipment so we don't have to go to the library. Find a way for us to be able to use those same outhouses and make them fair. The outhouses that are in Belmar Park, no wheelchairs can get into them. So I just wanted to make a recommendation to you guys. Try to figure out a way to make the outhouses a little bit larger so we can use those things as well. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll come down for the others.
Kenley Brunsdale?
Kenley Brunsdale, Ward 4. I'll try to be prospective in some of the ideas that come to mind. I spent my life as a lawyer working in administrative law arena, and so some thoughts come to mind. First of all, I'd like to say that on administrative law, and this could be communicated to developers right up front, either through a waiver or through a provision that simply says, yes, there's many sub-decisions that have to be made here, and nothing is final until everything is final. And that's the way it's done at the federal level in federal administrative law, and everybody knows it. And therefore, you never get in this chicken and egg problem where the developer comes in, but yeah, we spent this money and we're going to sue you, and this bullying tactic and play starts, and that's avoided completely in the federal process, and it should be here too. I mean, they're big boys. They know, their eyes are open, they can read the encumbrances, they can read the process, and they can make their investment. But this has been a really classic case of that game that developers play, and that should be eliminated. Secondly, I want to endorse what Pat was saying. Without going into the current Belmar case, I do think it is an excellent case study of when it's totally inappropriate for a staff-only, secret, closed-door process to take place. I don't know where the line is, but clearly this is way past it and is exemplary in the public angst that it's caused. One trigger could be anytime you are going to be expecting the city to give you waivers and boundary changes and waiving parkland dedication, waiving easements, making boundary changes, waiving tree ordinances, waiving wild, all those things are negotiations, and usually you expect to get something back as a city. Those negotiations all took place in secret. The public cares about all of them. Those should have been happening in this body, with all of us watching. And anytime a park is involved, something of this size is involved, this level of public resources and public values which are being waived or traded away, that automatically should trigger no discretion, no option for a secretive private staff process. Your body was created for the very purpose of creating public involvement and public insulation and allowing the public to accept the negotiations, the trade-offs, and feel like that they were a part of the design and the process, so that when it's done, they can feel good about it. And so I don't want to bemoan the current project, but I do think it is an outstanding case study of what should never, ever happen again.
Your time's expired, but I guarantee you'll get questions. I very much appreciate your statement because it is the very thing we are grappling with, right? Where is that line? And you feel that it's been crossed clearly here. How do we, on a fairly consistent basis, decide what projects need to have a full public hearing versus that?
There's two obvious triggers in this case study. One is if it's next to a signature heritage park that the whole city values, that should automatically trigger it. Bingo. Okay. Another one would be where the city is going to be giving things away, waiving easements, changing boundaries. These things have value. You're supposed to get something back. You don't. Right. These negotiations took place in secret and quiet. Who knows what the city gave away for nothing?
Okay. Other questions? Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. You do have one.
Yes.
Commissioner Gribbleonis.
How many things do you think are appropriate to give away before you hit that threshold?
Anything of value. Okay?
So one.
Anything normally that a developer would expect to pay for.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Judith Bichelle? No? Okay. That's a no, yes. Evelyn Simpson?
Okay, I'm not a lawyer. I'd like to ask you this. You're compiling further comments and information. I would like... We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm not a lawyer.
And you can, pull it
not.
down a little bit to be closer to your mouth if you want.
Okay,
The top
I'm too
there.
short, huh?
Yeah, we all are.
They all tell me that. Give me another 10 seconds. You're going to compile comments. How, when, and is there going to be further written input?
The answer is yes.
How?
So, as I described at the beginning, we're taking comments tonight. Then we are going to have a discussion. If there's a consensus about some recommendations that we'd like to put into writing, then those will be put into writing, posted for the public to comment on Lakewood Speaks and to appear at the hearing and specifically talk about those comments.
I'm hearing you saying that you're going to put your recommendations. Some of us are sitting here saying, I would recommend something for this, I would recommend something for that. Can we put those in writing and give them to you?
Absolutely.
In the next week or something?
Absolutely.
How do we do that on LakewoodSpeaks.org?
Hang on just a second. Mr. Rice has an answer for that.
The timer is going.
We'll give you more time.
No, I paused it. So you may send comments directly to me.
I'm questioning.
To me at PAURIC, I can write it down for you, at lakewood.org, and then I'll get the questions to the commissioners.
I think there are a lot of people here who are thinking of things that they would recommend.
Yep, they can send those directly to me, and I have a feeling that this may be on the next meeting on March 6th as an agenda item, and it'll open up in about a week on Lakewood Speaks as well, so you could submit them there. I would recommend sending them.
Recommendations would go to you. Would you forward them to
Yes.
the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank
that's
you.
my role.
Thank you very much. Okay, I was not aware that we were going to make so many recommendations, so I focused on one thing. And my illustration, as an illustration, I'm focusing on Belmar. In any place that I say the word Belmar, please cross it out in your minds. I don't feel like going through my notes and crossing it out. This is about environmental protection, and I have not heard much input in regard to protecting the environment in Lakewood. And I think that's important to many people. We dance around it a little bit, but I haven't heard many codes. And as I say, I'm not an attorney, and I haven't read the codes. However, I do know that there has been a bill limiting non-functional turf planting. It is SB 24-005, and it has cleared the Colorado Senate.
So
it concerns
that's
the
not,
conversation.
ma'am.
Excuse me.
That's not on our agenda, state legislative matter.
It's on my agenda.
I understand, but this is not general.
It concerns the conservation of water
Please,
here.
is it so difficult to respect the process, which is we have an agenda item that we want your advice on, and you're talking about state legislation. We can't open this for general public comments.
Lakewood is in the state. There has been a growing consensus in in Lakewood, that we need to be more strategic and sparing about the use of water in urban landscapes. That is why I'm saying this. We know that Kentucky bluegrass and other grass species imported from wetter climatic zones typically use far more water than species indigenous to Colorado's more arid climate. But the worst part of the unnecessary use of water, to me, is that it generally is accompanied by the use of poisons that flow down into our watersheds. These poisons include herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, chemicals-laden fertilizers, and other chemicals that are toxic to wildlife. There is a site under discussion for future development that is adjacent to and higher than a smaller lake in Lakewood that is crucial to the survival of migrating and resident waterfowl and other species. Citywide regulations should be created to prevent developers and building owners from poisoning sites, wetland sites, because the water will run downhill into the lakes and creeks.
Your time has expired, but there is a commissioner question. Commissioner Griblionis.
I had left that on by accident.
Oh, all right. Are there any other questions from commissioners? No. Thank you.
I have a whole lot more
Yeah.
to say, and I have many more recommendations. So I'm glad that we'll, I was going to get it from him as to where we can put the recommendations. Thank you for giving me the extra time.
So was that Evelyn Simpson? Yes. Liz Brewer. Paul Ditson.
Good evening. It's a little difficult to follow. There have been some very good recommendations and good insights, so I feel humbled. The topic of community engagement and site planning, I would characterize as good fences make good neighbors. The Iber Neighborhood Association has had a lot of success over many years, 20 or more years, in working with developers for mutually beneficial outcomes when we are given the opportunity to do so. There are requirements and advice in the planning process for certain developments to reach out to the community. We hope that we could enhance those a bit and give communities the opportunity to welcome their new neighbors to the neighborhood. That's the approach we tend to take. Not all proposals have been endorsed in our experience, but those that weren't eventually resulted in a better product, and development did occur. A couple of examples might be Metro West Housing Solutions, Indy Flats property at 14th and Independence. Due to our reaching out and engaging with Metro West, they were able to preserve the Masonic temple that was on that site and convert it into veterans housing, in addition to what they built up around it for affordable housing. And that was really a win-win for the neighborhood in preserving a local landmark. Similarly, the Iber Village at 13th and Everett Court, we had a couple of proposals come to us in how to in trying to develop that property, which we did not endorse because of a variety of reasons. But the final proposal came from a developer who was interested in preserving the old St. John's Hospice on that site. And that did occur. It is a city landmark. And it is also 45 units of senior affordable housing. I'm running out of time here, but I did want to suggest that perhaps developments that are 40 plus in units might trigger one of these review processes that have been discussed. And also I think the comprehensive plan of 2015 did give a lot of discretion to the planning director, and perhaps we should review that and see if we can tighten down some of those discretionary review processes.
Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ditson. I'm very happy to hear about your stories. I know you have a very long time involvement in the Iber neighborhood. I'm happy to hear your stories of where your organization was able to work with developers and get mutually beneficial outcomes, as you said. So, of course, we're talking about changing processes tonight to make them better. So there were some existing processes that you were able to do that under. So maybe talk for a moment about what's worked well. I think we've heard a lot of very understandable complaints tonight, but in changing something going forward, of course, it's always wise to make sure we don't mess up anything that is already working well. So I do want to hear about that.
Well, I think the way the process has worked for us, or not really for us necessarily, it's also the developers, is anything that requires a public process. The developer is either required in some cases or just advised in other cases to meet with the community. And in some cases, the latter cases, it's certainly voluntary on the part of the developer to do that. There's no requirement. But we found that those that have taken that opportunity have resulted in a better design, something that's more sensitive to the character of the neighborhood or to the immediate neighbors, so there's not so much encroachment as would have been otherwise with their initial plans. If we were to suggest or strongly recommend to all developers of any substance, 40 units or 10 units, whatever that number might be, to just engage with at least neighborhood organizations, because we have had some experience in going through this process with developers. I think that's an advantage. I don't mean to exclude individual property owners that would have an interest, as was described in a previous comment, that we all use a park, and so therefore we have an interest in how some development might encroach on it. But just speaking from our experience as an organization and working with developers, given the chance, it has generally worked out very well for both sides.
Okay. And so the situations when you have worked for them, you say sometimes it's been just voluntary, the developer wants to do it, and maybe sometimes there has been a requirement, like have you worked on rezonings or cases like that, and that's what triggered them to actively engage you?
Yes, certainly when they have interest in getting our endorsement for something that they need, in the process. That's generally when we've been engaged. I've had other developers approach me before a site plan was even submitted, and asking if the idea that they had was objectionable. And I guess I'll leave it at that. We have had conversations, just voluntary on behalf of the developers, but that's rather rare. I think having some criteria to go by, which is what you're asking, I'm sure. Suggestions. I think anything that has that kind of encroachment that has been discussed, or public interest, I think those are triggers.
Yeah. What I'm thinking of, as with so many other policy considerations, right? Like ultimately, if we craft some new rules or a new system, there's going to be some combination of like carrots and sticks, right? Like you have to do this to engage people, or here's some ways we're going to incentivize you to make you realize it's in your own interest to engage people. So maybe since you have engaged with developers who are in opposite situations, where you said some of them have voluntarily come to you, they've realized it's an enlightened thing to do, and maybe some have been forced to do it because of some requirement in our zoning that already exists. Maybe describe in a general qualitative way, like, have you noticed any real difference in how that's gone working with the developers? Are the ones who are forced to do it more reluctant, and can you tell they're being forced? Or would you say that, once the conversation is open, it leads to like good places no matter what?
One example comes to mind. I think the answer really is, it's been both ways in our experience, but one that comes to mind is the state of Aspen Heights, Lakewood right now. That was one developer that did not reach out, not that they were obligated to in any way. They had the right to build what they are building there. But when we did try to engage with them, they were very dismissive. And that, in retrospect, has given me the feeling that that's the character of the developers that we were dealing with, and hence why we see that project suspended right now and dealing with financial difficulties and stuff. Honestly, my personal opinion, they're in over their heads, and this is not the first project that they have had that has required some sort of private equity support in order for them to develop it. I don't know if there's some way to screen or vet, developers in that way. I don't know if we even have the legal right to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was an example of where we actually did try to reach out and were just dismissed, and that kind of gave us an idea what the character of the developer was.
Yes.
Other ones that really do say they come in and say they want to be good neighbors, and I'll turn that phrase around. Good neighbors make good fences.
Sure. So in your experience, it's more based on really the character of the person you're working with than it is so much if the city's just kind of trying to induce them to do the right thing versus the city is maybe forcing them to do the right thing.
Yes, and I would also add, is there a way that we can incentivize good behavior?
That's a hard thing. I am certainly interested in ways, but yeah, I don't know. I have maybe a few ideas. I have less confidence they'll work, but I don't think that's a reason necessarily to not try.
Yes, and I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Commissioner Kentner.
You mentioned, developers that were required. Was there ever a requirement where it wasn't because of the low-income housing tax credit, CHAFA?
That is one case that's one example of a couple of interactions we've had. Another one was rezoning required to combine a couple of mixed zones together.
Right, the zoning.
This would be the Pearson Grove development across from Ivory Elementary.
Okay.
So yeah, there was some public process that they had to go through. I think in that case they needed to get a special. I don't know. I don't recall if it was the zoning itself, but I do know also the special district that they were requesting in order to.
Oh, so it had a public hearing because of a metro district.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kathy Hasford?
She is left.
Okay. Mr. Dave Ruckman?
Chair Kolkmeyer and other commissioners, thank you for offering the city and its citizens this opportunity. My name is Dave Ruckman. I serve on the board of the Applewood Valley Association. AVA supports the city's larger goals for affordable housing and for housing in general. That said, I have some specific suggestions for how to strengthen the development process and make it more neighborhood friendly. With my suggestions, it would make the resulting developments more responsive to the surrounding communities. My suggestions would add a step or even two to the development process, but they would be steps in the right direction. Goal L-N3 in our city's comp plan is entitled Strengthen and Support Lakewood's Neighborhoods. This theme courses through the comp plan. The plan is, quote, aspirational, but if those aspirational notions are ignored sufficiently, then they become worthless and it's just more paperwork from the city. Tonight, I encourage you to send a message to the City Council to strengthen those aspirational words. Currently, the city requires a community meeting with developers for a zone change or for special use permits. I propose you expand that meeting requirement. I am calling for a greater level of neighborhood developer interaction, more like the model from over a decade ago before the last substantial zoning rewrite that weakened the process. Even with use by right proposals, there are often negotiations at the development as the development proceeds, and that project could benefit from a preliminary meeting with neighbors. Certainly, all large site plans should require a meeting with the impacted communities. Let's strengthen the process of stakeholder involvement. With one required meeting a developer can meet, check a box in the Lakewood development process and move on, having met his or her responsibility. There is no need to actually engage with the community. That's a problem. In this model, the ideas, suggestions, criticisms, and improvements can fall on deaf ears, and that's okay because the required process has been met. It's tokenism and can be entirely futile and lead to frustration by those who have to live with the result. I suggest a second meeting before any permit to proceed, particularly when the city reviews larger development proposals. Whether in a use by right scenario or in a proposal requiring zoning changes, city policy should encourage more community involvement. A second meeting would give the developer the need to engage with the impacted community. It would give benefit to the city staffers to see the dynamic of community and neighborhood and developer interacting effectively. Developers would have to report back to the city and the impacted residents and show that they've learned from the first meeting. A second
Mr.
meeting.
Rickman, your time has expired, but I have questions, and I suspect that you will get to the rest of some of your points.
I certainly hope so.
But first, I'll open it up for other commissioners. Commissioner Kentner.
Mr. Rickman, about how much do you have left to read there?
I have
About a couple
a
of
substantive
sentences, it
paragraph
looks.
and 2 sentences.
Would you please read what you have left there?
Chair Kolkmeyer, thank you very much. I understand there are informal ways in which neighborhoods can participate in any development project. My Applewood Valley Association has worked informally with the city extensively on 2 prominent projects recently. I don't need to mention them because I know staff is very well aware of them. It hasn't been a bad experience. City staffers have been helpful, responsive, and gracious. But if that had not been the case, we wouldn't have had an easy recourse. A friendly city staffer is insufficient to rely on. We're asking the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the City Council to fix that deficiency with strengthened regulations. My last 2 sentences. Let's increase requirements for community meetings with developers and work to create a tradition where in Lakewood, when neighborhoods sit down with developers, it's a win-win for both sides and a gain for the city. Let's make neighborhoods part of the solution. Now for your questions. Thank you, Ms. Kempner.
I very much appreciate that because I understand your recommendation is that in a major site plan, there would be 2 required community meetings. What would be your recommendation for when the first one would be and when the second one would be? Is that that's one of the things we're struggling with.
I'm struggling with it too. So we're all struggling together. I don't have a perfect answer. I think we should rely on staff's best judgment on that. I mean, they're the ones who are professionals here. Mm-hmm. I've been involved with my neighborhood association just a few years. The prior speaker has been involved with his neighborhood a quarter century. I don't bring to bear that kind of experience or expertise. Sorry.
No, I appreciate
Not a good
that.
answer, but best I can do.
Honest answer. That's all we ever asked for. The second question I had was these community meetings. Do you feel that there are certain groups or individuals or proximity that should be prioritized, or are these open public meetings to anyone who wants to come and comment?
Well, as a starter, as an officer of the Applewood Valley Association, I was a little surprised, if not shocked, when for certain recent developments where the neighborhood association should have gotten some notice, we didn't. And so the city keeps lists of neighborhood associations. Pull out the lists, and for certain kinds of developments, please notify the neighborhood association in addition to those immediately adjacent.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Tom, is it Dearth? Yes. Yeah.
Thank you to the panel for letting us come out here and do this. And before I get started with my comments, I would like to thank you for having public comment first on your agenda. Anyway, the issue that I have has to do with one word. And I think it's one of the words that needs to be built into every single thing that people are recommending here, and that is the word trust. Right now, there's a very low level of trust within the city about what's going on behind the scenes, because we don't know what's going on so often, and we find out things late. For example, when they were building the new restaurant across Wadsworth called Chewy's, you walk by there, and before they did anything, before they even started digging the ground, they had signs up saying that the zoning was changed, this was going on, that sort of thing. A number you could call if you had any questions or anything like that. And if you had a concern about a restaurant going in there, or whatever it may be, there was an opportunity to have a voice spoken at that time. In park districts, or open areas where people gather and are around, that doesn't happen. All of a sudden, there's day to day to day, everything looks the same, and all of a sudden you find out there's a major project going to go on, and you go, how long has this been going on? And it's like, well, it's been about 2.5 years now, or 3 years, and you go, wait a minute, who do we trust? And if we cannot trust our elected officials and the people who are supporting and running the cities, how can we possibly trust anything that we hear from them? And I truly believe you people work hard. I know that. I mean, I can't imagine the responsibility you have and the things you have to keep up with. But all of the recommendations that have been made here, I am not an expert in any of that area. So I can't give you any specific recommendations for where you're going with this, but I would love to see wherever you're working a big sign behind somewhere around, like IBM used to have the word think. I would like to have the word trust, and just say, is what we're doing right now something that's going to build trust? Because if you don't have trust in the community, you'll never get anything done appropriately. And so I beg you in the future to build the trust of what you're doing and let people know what's going on. Put a sign up. And I don't know, maybe that you're not allowed to do that. Again, I'm not an expert in that area. But if there's a park somewhere, we won't mention any particular park, that is going to have some changes made to it zoning-wise or whatever, we need to know that. My neighbors are scared to death right now about fires, about parking, I mean, the list goes on, because we're sitting there going, they're just throwing at this at it. That's the language that's going on behind the scenes. You need to know that. In your neighborhoods, you probably hear it anyway. But please build trust with us. We need that so that we can support you in supporting us.
Thank you. Your time's expired, but I very much appreciate your point, because it is my personal belief that this is exactly what we need to turn our attention to. concrete things that will build trust. But we need help. So I'm curious, based on your experience, what level of notification, how would it come to you? When would it come to you so that you felt like you were included in that pre-planning process?
I think some of the comments that came up earlier today were perfect. First of all, my idea of having a sign, I'm a very visual type of person. I don't do a lot of reading, but I do follow things online periodically, and so the more of that you can get out there as to what's going on in the city, that's going to help a lot. And if you get people to, and one of the other comments that was made here is to have more meetings like this, where we have the opportunity to find out that there's some big project that's going to go on, and what effect will that have on you and your life, and if it has something to do with you, show up and talk about it. So tonight's meeting is a perfect example of that. I would like to have had a further, a more advanced notice specifically of the topic, because a lot of people came in prepared to talk about some park somewhere. And so anyway, but I think this is the sort of thing, if the invitation to come and speak, communicate, and get feedback and questions from you too. I love the idea here where you can have a dialogue. This dialogue is very trusting, if you will, versus we talk, you listen, we don't know if you even heard anything we said. I get a feeling that you heard what we said.
Thank you. Other commissioner questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for doing this process.
I have Joanna Helm as the last person on the sign up, but there may be others.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
All right. Well, I've had to revise my speech a few times because of, I think we've covered a lot of stuff today. It kept coming up that when do you start that development process, or when do you get the customer is my word, but community engagement, sorry. So you need to do it, I think, in the pre-planning process, and it also has to be done once the actual official submission has been done. Because there's so many changes that come in the pre-planning process, but a lot of decisions are made by the city at that time. So we really need to make sure that the community is engaged. What criteria are you looking for? And I'm going to try to make this fast, but number one, if you're going into a neighborhood, the neighborhood has to be made aware. That's number one. We've talked about parks. That's number two. Number three, is the developer getting low-income tax credits? Because as we heard from Barbara, that there is community outreach that is needed on that application. That did not happen for our development that's in our neighborhood. Number four is this development in a area that the city of Lakewood did a zoning rewrite in? So in the case of the development that we have, it was actually zoned to be residential and office space. And during the 2012 zoning rewrite, it got switched over to mixed-use residential. And from my understanding, that mixed-use residential was really supposed to be only for office space. So I don't know how residential got mixed into that. But there was no public comment and there was no public hearings on the zoning rewrite. So if the development is trying to be developed now and it was involved in the 2012 zoning rewrite, then it should also be a criteria for review and community outreach. And that, I think, is all I have.
Commissioner, questions? You summed it up quite well. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't go anywhere. Commissioner Griblionis, a little late to the buzzer,
Yeah,
but still got in.
It's a bad habit. How many years after a zoning rewrite do you think it's appropriate to kind of require, or would you require that community input process.
I think it's indefinite. I mean, because honestly, we don't know why that was rezoned. It was supposed to be residential, and the land is perfect for residential units. So the community doesn't know why. I mean, so that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wants to provide some comments? Yes? Ms. Hershkovitz, we'll have you come up first.
Hi. I wasn't planning on speaking, but a couple things came up regarding trust. I think it's important that we have not just a public hearing, a town hall type meeting where public officials, the people who are making decisions, are in an interactive setting, and the developer where people can ask questions and get answers. I think that would be very helpful in building trust. Right now, decisions are made not only behind the scenes, we don't even know who makes them. We're told staff made them. No one's name is ever identified. So that would be one thing. It has frequently been asked, when do we get involved? The Strategic Growth Initiative had stated that there be oversight for any projects 40 units or more. Perhaps it could be even less than 40 units, but we also need oversight, not only public input, but we need oversight. One of the things that was set up was when you're doing a project, the developer had to show a need for it, for the community, and they had to provide that. This might prevent an overabundance of market rate apartments that we now have an overabundance of, and we never seem to be getting affordable housing. So that would be another suggestion. Those are my main 2 points, that we have more interaction in like a town hall setting. Oh, by the way, and where you'd put announcements of developments. We have the Friday report. We have a zillion sites. If we could find one specific site where people could find projects, and I think everyone should be notified. And if people want to attend, whether it be a park, it should be open to the public for any development. Public input should be welcome on everything. Thank you. Anybody have questions?
Oh, he pulled it down. I just had one question because I was very interested in what you wrote on Lakewood Speaks, and you mentioned it again. This question of a developer demonstrating a need.
Right.
Can you talk more about that? It adds a layer to what is usually the process, which is that we set up a zoning code and say these are the things that you're allowed to do and these are the things you're not allowed to do. In addition to that, there should be a particular approval of demonstrated market need, or?
I'll give you an example of it. Out on the Union Corridor, there was a development, I don't remember the specific address, but that developer came twice, I think, before council. And really there was an overabundance of apartments out in that area. He had to show why there was a specific need for it. Actually was unable to do so, and council initially denied.
But I just wanted to make sure I understood. You mean a market need, not a desirable use.
Well, it is. Obviously, it would be a desirable use because if it's not needed in that area, if they have too much of that and they don't need it. It's also a way of, it seems right now we bend over backwards for developers on everything. We offer them everything out front. Why would they ever have to follow through on anything? Because we give them things ahead of, and are we getting the kind of housing we need? We are not at all. So maybe if you had to show that you were going to provide affordable units here, something that's lacking, maybe then we'd get some of this. Right now, we're handing them everything in advance and not getting any of the kind of housing we need.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then I think we had someone here and then maybe someone else, but you can come up and just give us your name and ward if you can. And
Okay, thanks for taking comments, and I did sign up to speak, but
oh, I'm sorry.
I got overlooked. But I'm Gail Hamilton, and I live in Ward 3. And I'm in a neighborhood that is bordering Belmar Park, but I'm not going to mention that name anymore because I came to talk about generalities in Lakewood regarding community engagement. I've had some involvement with unincorporated Jeffco and also Arvada and Wheat Ridge regarding community engagement and land use. And Lakewood operates differently than anyone that I've seen. It's such a hot topic right now that the other municipalities are suggesting that people hire community engagement specialists to speak at different hearings or city council, to planning. The problem that a lot of the people here have is that the public was not engaged at all when it was a property that is adjacent to a park. It affects park users, it affects wildlife, it affects trees, it affects the ecosystem, and there should be also a buffer zone for that development, a buffer zone for the park. There should have been a land donation. So the idea of fee in lieu, that shouldn't have been considered. The other problem that a lot of the people here have is that the notification process. And as you know, 500 feet, well, all the land, the owners within 500 feet is the city of Lakewood and one community across the street in this case. So when it's property owned by city of Lakewood, it would make sense that the other adjacent HOAs, property owners were notified because it affects them and it affects public use of public land. So I think I have I've agreed with a lot of people that have spoken already, and I have a couple of ideas. But one of the ideas is, and some of these have been mentioned too, but the city has had no oversight process for staff, and important decisions are being made internally by staff where there is no public venue or comments or anything that can be made. And actually the Planning Commission and the City Council should have oversight to the staff, the planning department. So these decisions should get kicked up to the next level or a higher level. Developers should have to engage with the public and get public comments, particularly for adjacent park users in this case, because we're talking about public land and public use, but in any event, adjacent to Lakewood-owned property that it affects. And so I think that it's important that there be a park overlay area potentially, or it could be special rules because when there's land that involves park and open space, it's adjacent to that area, that there were a set of special
I'm afraid your
rules.
time has expired, but can you just wrap it up?
Okay. And we understand about discretion, but we didn't get to use. Anyway, discretion is supposed to be reasonable, and a lot of people feel like it hasn't been reasonable discretion by waiving a lot of the requirements that are in the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions?
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kentner.
I was wondering if there was anything specific you could describe about your experiences in the other cities that we could maybe apply here, or what your role was, if there was anything you would suggest that you experienced that we could apply here.
Well, my role is oftentimes for the developer, buyer, or seller, and it's land use issues similar, but it hasn't had as much with environmental impact to the community. And so I look at this from a different point of view, because there just needs to be a different set of rules for this particular project. And hopefully we're not too late in the process, because the city still has options, and we know that. There's probably some opportunities to negotiate with the developer, and we feel that like there's several ways we should be looking into that further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I think we had someone else. Was there any? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I saw her first, if you don't mind. I'll have you come down first.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Marcia Cohen. I live in Ward 4. And I have some suggestions that a lot of things that I've heard tonight and have thought about for when public meetings and notifications are, maybe advantageous to the community overall. And one, if number of stories, size, and footprint is over a small percentage, maybe 15% different than it is currently. If it's next to a park and open space, if the tree canopy is decreased, if the use that is going in, even if it's an eligible use, but if it's markedly different from the current use, and if it's different in character from the surrounding neighborhood, if parking in the neighborhood is affected, if it requires other than what a reasonable person would consider minor waivers, boundaries, and considerations, if it impacts wildlife, and if noise and or lighting are increased. I think when a project that has those kind of aspects to it, when the concept plan is presented and meets these criteria, there should be a public meeting. There should be notification. It should say something very different is going to potentially be built in your neighborhood. And we'd like to hear what the neighborhood thinks. We'd like to hear what, how you feel this would impact you. I think there can be public meetings, an email campaign, mailings, next door neighborhood posting. And the last thought I had was that there's a lot of projects underway and planned. There's so much development going on in the community that possibly a quarterly meeting could be established where proposed development is discussed, and if there wasn't something in particular to discuss, then general land use and improvements in certain areas could be discussed at that time.
Great.
Any questions? Thank you.
No, thank you. Sir?
First comment with Mr. Buckley. You said that if a project was going in, that they were supposed to, the city would give people within a half mile notice that this was happening. We live 500 feet from this project, and we got no notice.
I just to clarify, I was speaking specifically to the section of our zoning code that requires public notice when there is a rezoning. So I suspect the project that you live near did not require a rezoning, and that would be the reason you didn't get the notification. I was just drawing a parallel, though, that we already have something in our code that under some circumstances requires a public notice.
And actually, two city council people told me they didn't even know about it. You know, so, but I think my understanding is part of it is the problems is zoning, and it's probably not just here. It could be all over Lakewood. With that zoning, and I forget what it's called, urban core, blighted area, it doesn't have to go through city council, and so it can go directly to the planning department. Planning department makes sure that the developer follows rules, and it will go on through. And like you said, because it is blighted area, we don't have to be notified. With that blighted area, my understanding, this area here, there from when it was zoned during Villa Italia, that was torn down, and so Belmar is still under that same zoning as a blighted area. Now, and that was, correct me if I'm wrong, or Travis can correct me. You know, should we update that zoning a lot sooner than we have been? Anyway, it's kind of, Lakewood was able to do what they did by using the blighted area zoning. And that was, you know, like Mr. Buckley said, lack of communication. You know, That's all I got.
Okay. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Buckley.
All right, yeah, you engaged with my prior question, so I'll ask you the same question again. You know, the code currently says if there's a rezoning, a neighborhood organization within a half mile of the property has to be notified, and property owners within 500 feet have to be notified. And I'll just add clarity to that too. Our code also contains language that says that distances are measured from the boundary of a property. I think some people earlier tonight were talking about from the center of a property. So if you had, say, a very large parcel, that could absolutely make a difference with, you know, who's notified. But that's just one specific case, a rezoning. And so we're talking about other cases here, like maybe a major site plan approval generally, or a project next to a park generally, or maybe just next to a signature park generally. Do you have a sense of what you would feel would be appropriate notification requirements? Would they be the same as what we require for rezonings, or do you feel like the number should be something different?
I don't know.
That's fair. I don't know either.
I mean, we got people that know. You know, I mean, should the zoning be updated in certain areas?
Yeah.
You know, so we get more information. I don't know that.
Okay, but in general, you would support some notification for some distance-based.
I'm just questioning.
Yeah.
Because of that, is this the reason that a lot of these problems came up?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wanted to comment on this particular agenda item? Actually, Mr. Mace, you did comment on this agenda item. I think you want to comment on the next one? Yeah. Okay. I think at this point, do we have comments that from staff? Mr. Parker.
Good evening. We don't have prepared comments for staff, but happy to enter into a discussion based on what you've heard already.
Sure. And Mr. Buckley is first.
All right, Mr. Parker. Earlier this evening, we heard one of the public commenters state his opinions about what a planning director should have done in the case of a particular project. What I'm going to ask you is just in a very broad and general way. I know you must be aware that our zoning code does grant you and exclusively you the discretion, if you want to refer a major site plan to the Planning Commission. In general, what criteria would you consider in deciding whether or not to do that?
So, in order to avoid situations where the city is treating different situations differently, we attempt to be very consistent in how we apply the ordinance as staff. And generally, most situations, most interpretations of the code have been made many times before. Tree preservation, etc. I would likely only consider sending a site plan to the Planning Commission if it involved a unique interpretation of the code that had not happened before. So not a unique property. Every property in the city is unique. There are no two properties that are the same in the city. So there's no such thing as a unique property because they're all unique, right? So I think the criteria that would involve sending something to the council is a code interpretation situation that we hadn't run across before. If we see a site plan like we do every day that contains dozens of code interpretations that have been made hundreds of times before by staff, we make the same code interpretations so that we're not treating different owners and different properties differently across the city. And nor putting you in a situation where you're expected to make a different decision than we've made for 100 other properties.
Okay. Has this provision where you can refer a site plan for approval to the Planning Commission ever been used in your time with the city?
Not to my knowledge.
You've never done it. Has there ever been a first time that something in the zoning code was interpreted?
I'm sure there has, although that's an interesting question. Like, yeah, there were a lot of, there was a new code in 2012, right? And so there have been interpretations made. I don't know about, I don't think that everything's ever risen to the level of being significantly controversial in its application, right? For the first dozen times that until there's a property that's controversial, and then that same decision that we've made 100 times on other properties is suddenly controversial.
What are the ramifications, as you understand them, of treating different property owners differently? Like, of course, I am sympathetic to your point of view that you want to be fair in administering the code. And, when your department is dealing with maybe hundreds of applications a year, you really, you have to have an order and a process just to get through all the work. It's just a practical matter. And yeah, a fundamental issue of fairness, treat everyone the same under the law. I think that's a basic tenet we all aspire to in this country. But on the other hand, you also said it yourself, every property is the same because every property is unique. And so, something that's been interpreted one way one time, it might make total sense to interpret that the first time and the first dozen times, but then, the 13th time comes along and something's different about that property where it might logically have a reason to be interpreted differently. What do you do in those situations? Do you just stubbornly persist with maybe the suboptimal interpretation, or is there any leeway?
I mean, that's a fair question. We do our best to, as you say, be consistent in our interpretation across the board. I can, clearly I can imagine situations where that results in suboptimal results, and that's one of the trade-offs that we have, and consistency has been our our hallmark in our interpretations.
Yeah. Are there any legal ramifications you've ever been advised of? I know you're not an attorney or counsel or anything of being inconsistent. I mean, I just, part of me feels just kind of intuitively, I don't know this, I'm totally speculating, but with maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of developments that have come through the planning department in the decade plus that I know you've been serving with the city, like, it just seems inevitable from the overwhelming volume that something, somewhere in our massive zoning code was inconsistent at some time, or at very least has a possibility in the future where it could be. So what then? What happens if we are inconsistent? What's the list of horribles?
That's a great question, but I think there, as you said earlier, there's a fundamental issue of fairness, right? We don't treat applicants differently on whether we like them or not, right? We don't treat applicants differently on, whether we like their property or not, or the color of their project, right? We look at a code and we enforce that code. So we are the police officers enforcing a speed limit. We don't make our decisions on the color of the car or the type of driver. We enforce the speed limit.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kentner.
I don't think people have the option to buy out to change the speed limit. We have a lot of, gray area things there. I just need to ask a process question now. Are we just asking questions now for Mr. Parker?
Yes.
Then I don't have any questions right now.
Okay. I thought it might be useful for you to talk a little bit about the development process, because I think almost everyone who spoke to us is struggling in the same way we are, which is, yes, people want to know as soon as reasonable, but what is reasonable? And so maybe if you could talk a little bit about that process and kind of what happens and at what point in your view it really is something that is a real thing that people need to know about.
Sure. Well, so there's a lot of stages in the development process, and I'll start even before the development comes, right? The city creates a code of rules, zoning rules for a particular property, and every property in the city has different zoning rules, right? And then a property owner looks at those rules and comes into us. Stage one is a consultation meeting, and they come to the city and they say, I have a vision of doing X on my property. Or maybe it's, what range of things can I do on my property, right? The very general meeting, maybe a napkin drawing, maybe something more significant, maybe just a conversation, right? And some people would say, that's when we want to hear what ideas were thrown out, right? The next stage then is, maybe they go away, maybe they come back with a more fleshed out plan, and then we have a pre-application meeting. And that's a stage where they submit something to the city. Again, it can be very undeveloped. It could be a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, right? The more developed it is, the better answers we can give them, right? And so that pre-application stage is a stage where all the disciplines in the city, engineering, traffic, outside of the city too, fire department, right, planning, they all take a look at this and they identify any red flags with that development, right? Doesn't meet the zoning, it's got a huge floodplain right where you're showing the building, fire department can't serve it, whatever it is, here are the reasons you can't move forward at all, or here are the things you're gonna have to address before you do move forward. And here's the process to move forward. You're gonna require a public hearing, or it's a site plan, or whatever it is. So that's the next stage. Then they make it through that stage, they submit a formal application, right? This is when, we put it up on the website. This is when, people are traditionally notified if there's notification required for that type of project. And that's when there is, full legal review of a project, right? The planner sits down with the zoning code, reviews every section of the zoning code against that project. The engineers sit down, review every section of their drainage rules against that project, traffic, every section of their traffic code against that project, right? And then all of that is put together into a comment letter. And that goes through multiple iterations. And they get that comment letter, make changes, they do a second submittal. They get a second comment letter, make changes, do a third submittal. This is why, other projects, projects we've been talking about tonight and other projects can take years to go through this process. Now, one thing that's important to know, a question we get a lot is, why are so many of the projects that are submitted to the city approved, right? Most of the projects that come in as a formal application actually get approved. That's because they've all been weeded out, right, in the concept phase or the pre-application phase. So one of the stats that we looked up years ago, we haven't run these numbers for a few years, so I don't know if it's the same since COVID, but before COVID, the numbers were, for every 10 concept plan meetings we have, only 7 of those come forward as a pre-application. So 30% just go away. Of those 7 pre-application meetings we have, only 1 comes in as a formal application. So 90% of the ideas we hear come into the planning office go away or are just not feasible or are killed for regulatory reasons or whatever. So, only 10% of the projects actually invest money to develop plans and come in and go through our processes. So the question is, what's the best time to send out notification? Well, 2 questions. What's the best time to send out notification, and what's the best time to get the public involved on what should happen on that project? My answer to what the best time is for the public to be involved on that project is before there is a project, right? We need to set the rules for a property to allow what we as a community want and to prohibit what it is as a community we don't want, right? That's what zoning is. So if we want to limit all properties adjacent to parks to 3 stories and put a 100-foot setback on that park, then we should do that. And then any project that wants to be 50 foot away or 4 stories high has to come in and go through a long public process and go to city council and have hearings and neighborhood meetings, et cetera. So the process already exists to do what we're talking about tonight. And it's less a matter of making new process and more like a couple of speakers said, and putting the right limitations on what can be done on each property, right? So if we get those limitations right or close to right, then any project that comes in that is proposing something that the community doesn't want has to go to council, has to go through those processes. So that's my answer to, the answer to when to get the public involved is before there is a project.
Commissioner Kintner.
Thank you. I agree with you. And I'm hoping that maybe on the kind of the first thing we could discuss at our next meeting is the concept of being in line with our city charter when it comes to subdivision and platting. Our city charter that I had pulled up here on some tab. Of course, then I get to it and it's not there. Okay. It says that the Planning Commission shall review and make recommendations to the City Council on land use matters, including but not limited to zoning, rezoning, platting, and subdivision of land. It is at the time of platting and subdivision that land dedication is done. By following our city charter when it comes to
Commissioner
platting.
Kintner, again, we're going to have a chance to discuss this. Do you have a question for Mr.
No,
Parker?
I thought we were going on. I mean,
No, these are questions. We have questions waiting for the director.
Okay.
Do you have a question for?
Yes, Mr. Parker, would you see any problem with our following our city charter and having and doing just what I said? Because that would be prior to the project, correct?
You're saying every major and minor, every subdivision that we see.
Our charter, correct. Our charter does not distinguish between major and minor. So correct. So would doing it at the time of platting and subdivision generally be before the project? That's just my question. Would it generally be before the project?
It's usually done concurrently. Concurrently. We do the subdivision and the site plan generally concurrently.
So you're thinking about the two things at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Furman.
It's maybe a question that I should know the answer to offhand, but at what point, well, two questions, I guess. Are all planning cases eventually up on the Lakewood Planning dashboard?
I believe so.
And at what point do they end up on the planning dashboard? Which phase within the development?
Formal application, when we get a full application.
Okay, thanks.
So I have a crazy question that just occurred to me, and I have no idea if this makes sense or not. But we have the pre-planning meeting, we have the pre-planning application, or the pre-application meeting, and then we have the formal application. Would there be any logic to some sort of notification X number of days, public notification, X number of days before filing the formal application?
So that's how rezonings work.
Yeah.
So rezonings require a neighborhood meeting before filing the. So we have, like I said, we have these processes in place right now. If the issue on a particular piece of property is the zoning's wrong, then we need to right-size the zoning. I don't think we need to create new processes.
Well, and maybe I'm mistaken. I didn't think we had that requirement on major site plans. I thought it what? Oh, we do.
No, we don't. We don't.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So I guess I was curious whether I probably should have been a little more transparent. An existing process that we have on rezoning.
Right.
Do you think that would make sense on a major site plan or not?
So I would wager that 95% of major site plans are not of interest to most people, right? So it's not just big apartment buildings that are major site plans. It's the, it's duplexes, it's stores, it's, everything.
Right.
Everything that gets built beyond a single family home has a major site plan. So that's a lot of notice for a lot of things that most people will never want notice about.
Okay. Commissioner Buckley.
Mr. Parker, do we have such a thing as a minor site plan?
Sort of.
Explain.
Right. The minor site plan accompanies a building permit. It's typically for a single-family home. If you've gone through the major site plan process, that site plan accompanies the building permit. But it's if somebody's doing a pool in their backyard, they're doing an addition to their home, they're doing a deck, those are what we would consider minor site plans.
It's the very few things that don't require a major site plan.
Yeah. So it's basically limited to like a new single-family home or maybe a single-family homeowner modifying something on their property.
Sounds like, yeah.
Yes, you could get the development we're sitting in right now. If King Supers came in and modified something back in their loading area, we could process it as a minor site plan as well. It's not something that's, if you go back and take a look at that, most of it's paved, so they're not altering drainage or square footage to in excess of 20%, so we could look at something there. So it's not only single family, but that's generally what it accompanies.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing the words minor site plan in the zoning code, but I guess maybe that's just an informal thing you can call the projects that don't meet the threshold for a major site plan.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
I'm curious if there would be any rationale. I think the public that has come here tonight has made their overwhelming preference known. I feel that they want more of a process around major site plans, but I think that maybe a lot of them are thinking of a few individual or maybe even an individual project whose specifics we won't mention. But like it is major in a way that 4 houses is not major. Is there a sensible place we can redraw a line and redefine a minor site plan to encumber much more of what's currently a major site plan, but keep a major site plan definition for something truly big and unique, and then add our zoning notification requirements to a major site plan as redefined. And if the public, if this commission was interested in doing something like that, Do you have any thoughts on how that could work, or any, potential pitfalls or landmines I haven't thought of to avoid?
So I guess it's the question of whether you want to solve for just providing notice or providing discretion and approval to you and or the council, right? What I heard tonight was not, there was a lot of talk about notice, but it was not just tell us what's happening. It's give us some more input and more ability to change or deny or alter what's happening.
Sure.
And that's, again, I think that is changing the threshold of what's permitted, right? So every property in the city has a threshold of what's permitted. And if you do that, it's an administrative site plan, or if you meet those, it's an administrative site plan. If you don't, it requires public process. And so it seems to me that the correct solution is to alter that threshold where you need to, right? So that if 5 stories isn't appropriate next to a park, we lower that threshold to 3 stories next to a park, right? Or, next to, on certain properties, right?
Yeah, understood.
Commissioner Furman.
So, yeah, I mean, we heard a lot of reasons why people would want to see more oversight or control and beyond notification. And yeah, I sort of spent some time breaking down exactly what the conversation was, because it's exactly that. It's a matter of, how people should be notified, who should be notified, when, all the various pieces of that. But at the end of the day, the question is, what is the teeth to it, and when should those teeth be there? I will be honest, of all the ones that I heard, the one that is the easiest, perhaps, if there is one to implement, would be perhaps a park adjacent parcel of land. I guess my question to you would be, is that something, if it were singular in nature, where it was major site plans adjacent to public park, is that a situation that you could imagine some form of additional review? Again, I don't know, this is the challenge I have. I don't know what the teeth would be, because of as soon as you believe that there's going to be some ability to change it, or public engagement beyond simply notification, it does get more challenging. But let's just start with the notification even. An enhanced notification, I assume it would be reasonable and easy to achieve that anytime a major site plan is occurring next to a city park, there could be enhanced notification. I assume that's...
Yeah, I mean, we can follow any notification rules we create, right? I think the challenge is, what we have seen in the past is that notification of a fait accompli is very frustrating to the community. If notification is not accompanied by, and here's here's what you can change, then it does more harm than good. So I think that, that's an important consideration, and I recommend against just notifying that something's happening and you can do nothing about it.
Other questions? Commissioner Gribb-Leonis.
Thank you, Chair. So within the rezoning process, you're going to Planning Commission and City Council for approval. You're creating that environment that you're getting public comment, and the applicant is encouraged and incentivized to, find some compromises, try to create those win-win scenarios, if you will. Within the major site plans, that process doesn't exist typically. I guess my question is there any mechanism that planners can use within that major site plan process to make any community meetings that even do occur have actionable results?
So I have had this discussion with a couple of council people. A few years ago, we created something called the Enhanced Development Menu. And the idea of the enhanced development menu was to create more community benefits, community amenities from large projects. And so it's in Article 13 in the code, and it's a part of the code where we lay out a long list of project improvements, sustainability measures, affordability measures, community enhancement measures, transit enhancement measures, and the developer has a chance to pick from that list at their choice to meet a certain point threshold. And the threshold's determined by the size of the project. So the bigger the project, the more points they have to get. And so this is something that we've seen, we just started implementing it in the past couple of years. It's only a couple of years old, but we've seen a lot more community amenities come and positive things come out of these projects that wouldn't have been required otherwise. One of the discussions that I've been having recently with folks is the idea of adding some community input to that process. So right now, the developer chooses, they have to do things that aren't otherwise required, but they get to choose which things to do. So one of the ideas that has been kicked around, and certainly I think might be good for Planning Commission to consider, is maybe some percentage of those required points the community has some input on. And if the community, now we're going to be faced with the challenge of determining who the community is, right? For a project in this location, who gets to decide what that, but setting that aside for now, the idea that the community would have some say in our area, these two things on the list are very important, right? And we'd like you to invest your money in these points. And in theory, it's neutral to the developer. We've done our best to design the list so that, 5 points in this area aren't any more or less expensive than 5 points in this area. So you get, more points for expensive things and fewer points for cheaper things. And so, in theory, it's neutral to the developer what they pick. So the idea that the community can be involved in what amenities they get out of a project might be really beneficial in this area.
Thank you. And if, say, we were to explore the development menu and recommend some additional things being added to it, is there any issues with these private developers bringing the public onto their property from a liability standpoint that you know of?
Explain what you mean. You mean?
Let's just say we add basketball courts to the enhanced development menu. Just as an example. Right. Does that, I'm just trying to understand from the developer side what's actually feasible or how far we could go.
Right. So that would have to be negotiated, right? Like we'd have to talk with them about, all right, are we going to put a public easement over that? And you still own it, but the public can access it anytime. Or are you going to dedicate that, right? And the city takes ownership of that. So there is a lot of discussion that happens around things like that. So it's, again, we don't have a lot of discretion in what we can do, but that's where things come in. So if they want to do a basketball court, our discussion comes in things like that. Is that a dedication to the city? Is that an owner controlled with an easement over it? Is that just straight owner controlled and they make some agreement for public access? So that's where our discretion comes in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Parker, I'm excited you brought this up. I was actually having some similar thoughts if this enhanced development menu couldn't be a gateway into a more robust process. But Commissioner Ribble, you just brought up a great point. I just looked it up here in the zoning code. Menu item 24 for social connection amenities already mentions the developer can provide things like little free libraries, community bulletin boards, picnic tables, permanent games like cornhole, and under small amenities. And it goes up to larger amenities like meeting rooms, playground equipment, and it actually does say basketball or pickleball court. So has anyone to date wanted to invest in those amenities to get their EDM points? And yeah, what have the liability discussions looked like, just regardless of any new processes?
I don't know the answer to that question, if anybody. I haven't tracked what, across the board, what amenities have been offered in projects. And you're right, like I said before, for meeting space on or publicly accessed recreation space, we'd have to work out who owns it, who maintains it, that sort of thing. And that's something that we work out project by project.
Okay. One idea I had, pondering the potential use of this enhanced development menu, because every project is unique, maybe it's hard for this menu to anticipate every amenity or design element that might be desirable in a project. So, what are your thoughts about the feasibility of adding some sort of mechanism to this menu where a community suggested design element, and like you said a minute ago, foregoing for the moment the discussion of who the community that decides is, but we figured that part out. The community suggests something unique that's not already on the enhanced development menu, but that they want. How do we maybe get that to happen? Because
we've got a mechanism for that now. I think it's, if you look at the last item, there is an option for things we haven't thought of yet, the open option. So, and maybe that, I think right now, above a certain point total, that comes to the Planning Commission. So.
Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, it looks like 15 or more points on the open option must be approved by the Planning Commission, 2 to 14 approved by the director. My experience is not that long. I've only been sitting up here for 2 years, but I don't remember any such cases yet.
No, and this entire chapter is relatively new.
Right, it's only about 2 years old, right?
And yeah, project takes 2 years to come. I don't know that we've had a project built yet that has gone through. We've had a number of them, achieve their point totals through their site planning process, but I don't know that it's been around and long to have a project built yet.
Okay. Yeah, good context. Yeah, I'll take a stab at a few items that people have said tonight in the context of maybe using this EDM. Sometime immediately before that formal application, about the same time that you would have a public meeting for like a rezoning process. Sounds like a good time to me to insert a public meeting in the process. And to your point earlier, Mr. Parker, about, well, we're notifying people, what can they do? Well, if we tell them in this meeting, the people who come to this meeting can make suggestions of what items from the menu can be done at that time. That kind of solves that conundrum. And let's add a very explicit requirement too, that, hey, there is this open option. The developer might be giving you a list of things that say, here's items, A through H, pick 3 for me. It's not constrained to that, as long as we make it clear that, someone can bring their own creative and best ideas on the unique site situation. That could actually give some voice to the project. And I think another intriguing suggestion I heard earlier tonight was having a second public meeting. So maybe sometime later in the process, and I'll need your input here, when would that be for a developer coming back and say, okay, we heard this feedback that, people wanted these options, and here's what we did in response to that. When does that mechanism go into effect in a way that like it's still meaningful and people have participated and yeah.
I don't.
That was a question. I don't know.
Can you summarize your question for me?
Sorry. When's the ideal time for a second public meeting?
If a second public meeting were to be held, when should it be held? Okay.
I don't know that we've identified the ideal time for the first public meeting.
Right.
I think, okay, maybe you haven't. I think I've identified the ideal time for the first public meeting for a major site plan or for getting feedback on this enhanced development menu process would be equivalent timing for when we do public meetings for rezonings and special use permits.
Understood. Yeah. So after the pre-application, but before the formal application.
Yes, precisely.
Okay.
So that's my opinion of when the first meeting should be. Yes, my question, if there's a second meeting, when's the best time in the process for the second meeting?
Can you remind me what's the intent, what's the purpose of that second meeting? What are they accomplishing?
The purpose of the second meeting is for the developer to go back to the community and say, this is what we heard in the first meeting, and therefore this is the thing that has changed and we're doing about it.
Okay. If such a meeting happens, I would say probably, I don't know, I'm guessing here, but maybe after the first or second round of comments of the formal application.
Okay. How many rounds of comments are there typically in the formal application stage?
It depends on the quality of the submissions, so it can be as few as maybe 3 and as many as 5 or 6.
Okay. But like 3 is kind of a bare minimum?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, maybe after the second submission feels right then. And certainly we'll hope for a higher quality submittal. Yeah, I'm very intrigued about using the enhanced development menu as an idea. I'd like to see us explore more and maybe draft some language along those lines. I think it has the possibility of doing a couple things we heard tonight of, having some engagement early on that's actually meaningful, giving the community some role in designing the project. Not just showing up to a hypothetical city council meeting or planning commission meeting at the very end and said, you proposed what? No way. I think the community wants quality development, but they're telling us they want to be involved in that, and this seems like a way. So I'm very interested in this process.
Commissioner Kentner.
How can there's been some concern, as long as we're on the EDM, that once a development starts, they are not updating to the newest one. How do you define and how do you decide whether or not, because as, I guess she's not here now, as Ms. Melman, mentioned, developers know that things change and nothing's final till it's final, until they have that approval. How could we strengthen it so that projects have to be with the newest EDM and not use one from several years earlier?
Well, we can't. So we heard comments about the federal government and everything else, and yet nothing's approved till it's approved. But federal government, state government, local government, projects follow the rules that are in place when they submit. Right, so
yeah, I'm going to interrupt you because that's kind of my point. We have so many different submittals. What are we currently using as the submittal for the for which EDM to use?
We use this for everything when you submit your formal application. So concept plan, pre-planning, you're still subject to any rule changes that come along. But the day you submit your formal application, you're through your final approval and building permits, you're following the rules that existed on that day, right? So,
so when you say the formal application,
yeah,
there are so many different applications along the way. Is that the one, for example, that when it used to be written until about a year and a half ago, when we went to that on the new system, that it was like the big piece of paper and it had building permit number at the top, and what does
the major site plan, the formal application for
major site plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That helps. That helps a lot. The formal application for the major site plan.
Yes.
So as of the date that is submitted, that's the date that you would use the whatever EDM was in effect at that date.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much, Director, for coming. That is completion of the comments we were going to take. I guess I have a question for the Commission. We also have another resolution that we wanted to consider this evening. I feel like I've gotten a lot to think about, so I would not be opposed to us tabling our discussion of this issue till our next meeting, which will be coming up pretty quickly. It's the first week of March. But I'm curious what the rest of the Commission feels. Commissioner Kentner.
Well, I would at least like some time to give you a little more food for thought for our next meeting on this subject. I can go either way, though, on that. And another thing to think, I know that one of the changes we're making was was suggested by Commissioner O'Neill, and she's not here this evening. I don't know if that makes a difference to you in going on to the next one or not.
I'm not sure what your question is. What's your question? Is that on the next item,
I was wondering if it would be more logical to table the next one until the other two commissioners are here.
I don't think so, but
Okay.
but that's
I can go
the
either
will
way.
of the Commission. If the Commission would prefer to table that one. I was talking about the item we're on, whether or not we wanted to table the discussion until our next meeting to further discuss the issue that we're on. And Commissioner Buckley?
My understanding of the process we were going to follow tonight was that we would hear the public comment, which we've done, and have our discussion, which we've done, and then maybe begin making motions for some sort of resolution to include text that someone will draft. I don't know if that's you, Chair, or staff. For the future written proposals that we promise the public that they can look at and come back and comment on some more. So if we table this, would that mean that the process is we just start in the next meeting with immediately making motions for resolutions of developing some sort of draft text for our proposed changes to a public engagement process?
Yeah, so my suggestion would be that we can either have the discussion tonight that could lead very well to specific recommendations. I'm just expressing to you that personally, I'm feeling like I would like a little more time to think. So the public would have a longer period of time to comment, not a shorter. But if the 5 commissioners here, if a majority would like to, I just don't personally feel like I can say, I would support X, Y, Z, because I've heard a lot of things that I'd like to think about, but others may disagree.
Sure, I get you. I could probably use some time to reflect on all my notes I took tonight from the public comment, and it seems like 3/4 of the crowd who was here at the beginning has wandered out, and they very well may want to be here for that discussion next time. So I think as long as we're following the same general process, but we're just getting back to it in 2 weeks, I'm okay with dropping it tonight.
Commissioner Gribollionis.
Thank you, Chair. I would like more time to dig into a lot of the thoughts that have come up during all the feedback we received tonight.
Right. Commissioner Furman.
This is more a question of process. Mm-hmm. If this is held over or tabled, are we tabling the discussion? Because you talked about more time for comment. Is there going to be another round of public comment before the discussion following this?
Yeah, and my suggestion would be that we would notice this on the agenda, but the discussion we could have had tonight, we would have then. So there is an opportunity for the public to comment through Lakewood Speaks, because it is an agended item. And then, depending on where that conversation goes, I mean, I'm trying to follow the exact same process as we did with the ADU and with the affordable ownership. This is now our 3rd one. So I'm trying to do the same basic process if we can. We're still in the thinking phase, and we'll get to the writing phase at some point. Does that make sense? Okay. Commissioner Buckley.
So just to clarify, then, will we have like oral public comment next time on this topic as we did tonight?
What is the Commission's preference?
I hate to limit public comment. I wouldn't be in favor of that, but also, you know, it might be 3 hours next time too. So when do we get around to doing it? Maybe when people are tired of talking about this. I would just be afraid that maybe people won't tire so easily. We got to get to it at some point. But maybe that's at least on a night without, you know, a couple more agenda items in front of us that we still have. So, and as others have said, I would benefit as well from thinking about what I've heard tonight. So, I'd be in favor of pushing this to the next meeting, and yeah, I'm not in favor of limiting public comment.
Commissioner Kentner.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so my understanding is that we're just sort of putting tonight's meeting into two. So at the end of the next meeting, that's when we would kind of have a list that we would then put online that people could comment on. Is that correct? We're not gonna, there's nothing that, we're not planning to make any decisions at March 6th is what I'm kind of saying. I think is what I'm asking.
That is not my intent. And
Okay.
remember, I only have one vote.
Right, no, but
So-
I'm just asking for the process, kind of
Yeah,
what we had,
I
but
mean,
when
that's
you were
my-
describing it,
it's my
that's how I
suggestion.
understood it.
It's my
Yeah.
suggestion to give us more time, to give people more chance to
No, I
comment.
like it, and I can say this very quickly. I just want a quick minute to, you know, I listed most of these things last time to give you the food for thought. So we are thinking about all these things and specific processes. Of course, you know, I already mentioned the being in line with our charter and making recommendations on subdivision and plating. Amending 14.27, which already has the public hearings, requiring planning commission or city council approval for certain site plans, 3 units or more. One person online said request by 3 or more councilors or commissions was a suggestion. Removing discretionary powers from staff to make them transparent and accountable. Reinstating density limits. This did not come up tonight. However, one thing that happened in 2012 and 2013 was the removal of residential density limits. Amending the land dedication ordinance would be a good topic of discussion, and we have heard from the community on that via email also. And then last, food for thought, because I thought it was rather interesting that we had the director here tonight for our conversation, and this is from, so the public knows, from the Rule of the Planning Commission book that we are all given when we get onto commission. And it gives us reasons that professional planners need a client close at hand, and while the legislative body may be the client who pays the bills, the commissioners should be the chief client. In that was in communities without a planning staff. Furthermore, in interpreting a plan, a planning director often can't withstand the pressures brought by other department heads or the chief administrator who want favorable findings or silence about their pet project's conformity with the plan. Since the commission is not subordinate to these people, it is able to withstand the pressures that the planner may bend to, and thus the commission can allow the planner to hand up professional advice in a safer climate. Thank you for your time.
Anything else on item 3? We'll move on to item 4. This is also other legislative matters. We had a public hearing on this, took comments, and we have before us, and it was noticed on Lakewood Speaks, a draft resolution for recommendations in response to a city council request. So the first thing I will do is open up this draft for public comment. I know that Mr. Mace wanted to make a comment on this item. This is the one that has to do with gas stations and car washes. So I'll have Mr. Mace come up first. But if there's anyone else that wants to speak on this resolution, you will have that opportunity as well.
Thank you again, Commissioners. I have a question regarding both gas stations and car washes. Why do we have so many gas stations? Why does 7-Eleven act like a gas station? And why can't the Planning Commission knock some of this down? Make recommendation to council to take some of this, especially with 7-Eleven, and turn them actually into a convenience store. Because I'm having to go through gas station after gas station after gas station through the actual pump area. So I'm wondering, can you make a recommendation to talk to 7-Eleven? Have council make this recommendation to city staff that we don't have to do this, especially for people that are dealing with ADA issues. I really appreciate this. And the other piece with the car washes is the same problem. I'm around that area all the time, especially around Colfax. So I'm wondering why we have to have so many people that have to deal with car wash issues. We've already got several. So can the Planning Commission make some recommendation to council to close some of these? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mace. Do commissioners have questions for Mr. Mace? No. Commissioner Buckley.
Mr. Mace, just to clarify one of your comments, I understand you're saying you'd like more standalone convenience stores without gas pumps?
That is correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And I will just simply say that we very much appreciate your comments because they are similar to what we heard at our last hearing, and in fact, the draft recommendations that we'll be considering now potentially to send to City Council would spread out even further the number of car washes and gas stations that would be permitted if the City Council adopts our recommendations.
That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ditson, did you want to make comments on the item number 4, the resolution on gas stations and car washes?
Good evening again. I think some of my thoughts may have already been reflected in prior comments online and stuff. I don't recall because I hadn't been following this too closely. But I think that there is a need to review appropriate locations for these types of uses, and understanding that infrastructure often changes and makes, a gas station inaccessible to both directions of traffic on Wadsworth, for example. So there might need to be some sort of review as to whether a particular zone is appropriate for, continues to be appropriate for locating that type of use. The other concern that I have, echoing what some of my neighbors have brought to our attention at the Iber Neighborhood Association, is we've got areas that have large lots, and what comes to mind is the well, I probably shouldn't mention it specifically, but a proposal that is bordering large lot residential where they have farm animals, horses, and that type of use still exists. Having that type of use so close to the proposed use for a gas station or a car wash is potentially a nuisance to the type of use that is in place presently. One thing that comes to mind is speakers and lights. And I think some of this has been covered in comments, but also runoff from gas stations and things like that. You need to be mindful of the impact that may present to neighboring properties. If you've got a garden right on the other side of the fence, you don't want hazardous chemicals draining into it and things like that. So proximity to current use, regardless of the zone, and whether it has the potential of creating a nuisance to the neighbors.
So I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to go before you, even though you were so fast. To your very points, the draft resolution that we are considering does, and I think this was Commissioner Buckley's suggestion, would eliminate for fueling stations any fueling station in the MN district or the MG district, which are currently allowed as special uses, but they would no longer be allowed as any way of approval. And on car washes, would delete them from, it would eliminate it from the MG district, and then it would make it a special use in a CR, CL, and LI. So that's one thing, and I guess I'm curious, based on your comments, if those changes which are in our draft sound like they're consistent with one of the points you're making.
I think they may well be. I'd have to refresh my memory on just what those zones allow to answer that. But I think having the opportunity, regardless, I think the changes sound good to me hearing them here. But I've always expected to be able to speak here to the Commission for Special Use Permits and have some voice in the process as well as my neighbors. So there's always, that to fall back on has been my approach to it. How effective that is, or whether the community is paying close enough attention to some of these issues to really catch them at that point and give you the time to consider and things like that is another question. But
another aspect of this, and I appreciate you bringing up the agrarian issue and with animals and whatnot, because we did hear some specific testimony on the off-gassing effect that residences should be definitely a certain distance away. We've selected for this draft only, and then the commissioners all weigh in on it. But 528 feet, which is a tenth of a mile. Yeah, because they cited some statistical evidence about a certain number of meters away. Do you have a thought on what the appropriate distance would be from a use where there might be animal populations?
I think that sounds reasonable. That is a fairly long distance, but I think that sounds reasonable. And the reason I would prefer that is actually personal. It's not just animals that we're concerned about. I have chemical sensitivities, and if I were adjacent to a property that was proposing that, I would have some serious concerns, and it might even be to the point that off-gassing. There are other legislative things that I'm surprised Colorado has not taken up to capture off-gas from filling stations. But yes, if I were confronted with the possibility that a station was going in next door or even down the street from my house, I live close to Colfax, so it's relatively close, really. But I do struggle with all types of air pollution on a regular basis, and would ask that you keep in mind that it's not just really the animals, but some members of the community as well.
Absolutely. Commissioner Buckley.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer did encompass my questions, but yeah, I was just going to point out the 528-foot offset from a residential property, and inquiring it specifically. It sounds like there might be a situation in your neighborhood with a potential project that's in close proximity to a large lot that has horses and agriculture and such. I presume that's a residentially zoned lot, like probably R143 or 18 or something like that.
Yes, it is. I don't want to get specific because it could possibly come before you.
Right, but it's one of the larger lots.
That would be an existing zoning that is residential, large lot, single family, and on Wadsworth, the boundary would be the backyard or the back fence of the whatever the commercial zone is there.
Yeah, so we have a 528-foot rule, and again, I'll point out, I think it's chapter 1 of our code says you measure distances from the property line. So seems like there'd be a buffer potentially in the case you're talking about if this were to be adopted.
I think that's a good idea, yeah.
Thank you.
That all?
Yep.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other public comments on our draft. It's now the commissioners, and I will just say the same thing I've said on the previous couple, was this is an attempt to try to synthesize what I thought there was some consensus on. However, it is ultimately decided by the commission as a whole, and I think I'll start with Commissioner Furman was first, maybe.
Thank you.
Yep.
I will say that I don't know whether this is because I'm tired and I'm misreading it. It's been a long day. But so when I see the deletion that occurs in section 4, anyway, so the vacuum equipment associated with the car wash shall not be placed adjacent to or face a residential zone district. And then the thing that was stricken was the unless an intervening building. The reason, my only concern here is, and it's I guess I'll open this up as a question really to Mr. Rice, but in that, if you're looking at that, my question would be, when we talk about facing a residential district, that could be interpreted pretty broadly. My concern being, are you making it so that the vacuum equipment could never face, once you remove the intervening building piece, is there a limitation to where it can't be facing a residential district? Do you understand my concern? Is it such that you would always have to put the vacuum equipment somehow tucked within this site?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Rice, but I thought the way the current code reads is it basically has to be on the street side. That's the effect of the current language, and they're using the building itself as the intervening building. So this would make it you could never face.
But I guess what I'm getting at is the placed adjacent to or face.
Okay.
The placed adjacent feels like that deals with the issue that one might be concerned. So is the
Mr. Rice, what are your thoughts?
I agree with all the discussion that's going on. So yes, it would. You could have a building between where the car wash is proposed and the residential district, and so that's what we were thinking. If it was like a lot or two, and somebody wanted to make a case that the vacuum equipment was actually facing a district, well, there's a separation. If it's adjacent to a residential district, as Commissioner Kolkmeyer pointed out, essentially we're using the building to separate that, and it's got to face the public street. I think you heard some comments tonight about noise and lights and so forth, and that's one of the things. I've actually been in a lady's bedroom window with code enforcement at night when one of the what do you call it, menu ordering, they changed it, right? It was an existing restaurant with a fast food, and they changed the menu board, and it was very bright just because it was the new technology. So the intent is these things are noisy, they're loud, they're bright, and they don't affect residential neighborhoods.
So there might be a better way to phrase this is your question, maybe?
Well, yeah, only because of my concern is that it's phrased in such an open-ended way that one could interpret it to say, it's facing a residential district eventually. I think of the one that's near where I live. There's an entire other zone between it and buildings between it, but the interpretation is such that I mean, I'm not terribly worried personally about the outcomes, but that's my own opinion about it. My concern is the implementation of this is such that there's a pretty broad interpretation available if it can't face a residential district.
Okay. Commissioner Kentner.
If I read this right, I don't know, Mr. Rice, is there a way to get our zoning map like on the screen? If I read this right, if we adopt all of this, then fueling stations and car washes will be special use permits only in CR, CL, and LI districts? And not allowed in any other district? That's kind of a question for anybody, just to make sure that.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So as such, okay. Mr. Ditson's still here. That means there wouldn't be another gas station in all of Iber, if I'm looking at the map correctly. So that was just one of the things that I kind of wanted to look at and just make sure and that everybody kind of realizes what we're talking about doing is very much limiting them to just, I mean, we do not have these 3 districts, CR, CL, and LI, if I said that right, it's getting late, are not very big. When you see it, it's going to be gray, but keep in mind that what also is gray are the unincorporated areas.
I mean, this draft is just
right. It's a draft,
starting place. So, if you would like to see gas stations in
no,
more
I like
districts,
it. I just think that it's a good visual for every, like a couple of our audience members. I'm more of a reader, but a lot of people are visual, and I think it kind of may help people. This whole the discussion that we had. What tonight we're doing is really limiting them to a couple areas right off of Union, pretty much.
Is that a concern or something?
No, I think it's a good thing.
Okay.
I'm just trying to clarify that for everybody, because I don't think that with our language that we use up here, believe it or not, even though there's only one person who is nice enough to be with us in person right now, I have found out that there are some members of our community that do watch these meetings, at their convenience. And so then I think my other question that I had was sort of alleviated with that. And Mr. Furman sort of touched on this a little bit, which is we have this fueling station may not be located within 520 feet of any residential use. So it says what's there now. Would we be limiting any future residences by that language? And I'm not sure because of how limited it is. Do you understand what I mean? Does that language, I get one yes and one no. So if somebody wanted, if a gas station went in and there wasn't a residence within the foot limit, but the zoning allowed for it, and then somebody wanted to put a residence in, does that mean they would not be allowed to put a residence in because there was already the gas station within a certain number of feet?
I don't believe so. That's not the way zoning works, but do you have a theory as to why that you could
Because
apply?
this says you can't have, the fueling station may not be located within
Right.
520 feet of any residential
Right.
use.
But your hypothetical is that lot, which has the fueling station, is not before the city for zoning approval. It is a residence.
No.
Okay, then I don't understand your scenario.
That once there's a, I want to get up and point. So at one of our, there's, our LI is adjacent to a residential that currently doesn't have a residence on it. We put a gas station there. Can somebody still put a residence there then?
Later. This provision would be changing how we evaluate approval of the filling station. of the fueling station. So if that application is in front of us and that proposal is within this distance of a residential use, then it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct. It's sort of, and I know what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's sort of implying that, and thank you for your understanding. I can tell by your nodding, Commissioner Buckley, that you kind of understand what I'm getting at. If it's unhealthy to be within that many feet of residential, then it's unhealthy to be with that number of feet of residence. And I don't have a solution. It's probably just fine as it is. And we're trying. It's good. It's better than it exists currently, so I'm good with it. It was just an honest question. Thank you.
Commissioner Buckley.
I was having some private thoughts about this same issue in my head when evaluating this in the past week. So, my understanding, I agree with Commissioner Kolkmeyer. These are rules we are creating for how to evaluate a proposal for a fueling station. So they would be implemented and they would apply when there is a fueling station project before the planning department or coming before the planning commission. A residential project is evaluated under its own rules, and so if a new residence wants to build within 528 feet of a gas station, even if this gets enacted, there's nothing in the residential rules right now or in what's proposed in front of us to stop that. If it's unhealthy if the gas station comes second, it's unhealthy if the residence comes second. The reason I'm not overly concerned about that conundrum or seeming gap in what we're doing is precisely because of that zoning map that we just had up on the screen and the other changes we're making to the districts where fueling stations can exist. One of the rationales that I suggested last month that we eliminate a fueling station as a use in all of the mixed-use districts is because basically in most of our mixed-use districts, it's allowed for a multifamily residential to come along later. And so, it's a possibility of a gas station building something near a multifamily residence or a multifamily residence building near a gas station. I don't think both of those would be great. So, but kind of stripping out any new ones from the mixed use zoning, it greatly alleviates that concern. And then we have the buffer and distance requirements from any residence if it's not in a mixed use zone. So that will just be in the commercial zones or light industrial zones. And again, looking at that map, we're talking about a handful of areas in the city where a new gas station can go. There's commercial zoning near Colorado Mills. There's commercial zoning on the north side of 6th Avenue between Sims and Kipling. There's commercial zoning down on Wadsworth by Hampton and a little bit further south by our flagpole annexation near Marston Lake. And I think that's it.
Yeah, there's not much. Yeah, I'm good. I just want to make sure we weren't stopping somebody from building their house.
Right.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah.
And then my only other question, and I'm in favor of it. I'm just curious, and we might not have an answer because I know it was Commissioner O'Neill's idea. But does anybody know how we got to 2,640 feet?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Rice made a suggestion, and I thought it was an excellent one, which is that when we talk about 1,000 or 500 feet, those are just arbitrary numbers. And there are areas of the city where maybe one block is 600 feet, or maybe that's 3 blocks. So we were using the feet in miles. So, 5280 is a mile, and 2640, if I did the math right, is half a mile, and the 528 is 1/10 of a mile. So that's the thought. But again, if commissioners think it would be better to have an arbitrary number, that's fine as well.
This arbitrary number is fine with me. I figured it was the half mile just because of the figure, but I was just honestly curious. But like I said, it's fine with me, just curious how it got there.
Commissioner Buckley.
I actually read some research about public health impacts of being near a gas station based on some of the comments we heard last time. I think a public commenter last time said 40 meters. I actually found another study somewhere in Europe that demonstrated negative impacts to public health within 250 meters. And the study did not establish that 251 meters is safe and 250 meters is dangerous. They just only collected sufficient data to be able to make a statistically valid statement about 250 meters. So we can presume that the actual radius of a negative effect is a little bit more, but we would struggle to say with any scientific certainty what that additional little more is. Well, anyways, 250 meters is 820 feet, which is not a nice fraction of a mile. But I was going to suggest possibly increasing that 528 to at least 820.
Would you like to formally suggest that as an amendment to this draft?
I move that we amend proposed section 17.4.3.1.4 in the new numbering to say that the fueling station may not be located within 820 feet of any residential use.
Is there any number that's a whole fraction of a mile that's close to that? Just for...
It could be
I
one,
have hobgoblins. I like to be consistent if I can.
it could be 1,056. That would be precisely 2/10 of a mile.
1,056. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
This is the reason the rest of the world uses the metric system.
I support the concept. I'm a little uneasy that I didn't have the opportunity to see the same study, but you felt that there was compelling evidence, Commissioner Buckley, that that distance would be more appropriate for residential.
I found one study that showed some negative impacts to public health with within 250 meters. I guess I would be fine either way, though I lean a little bit towards putting in this new requirement at the lower amount and then maybe addressing it in the future if there was more opportunity, but I'm curious what others think. Then I think we will go to a vote. This is the motion to change on the second page of this resolution under 4. The fueling station may not be located within strike 528 and put in 1,056 feet of any residential use. And start voting. I've done that. And display. That is unanimous. That section has been changed on this draft resolution. Any other thoughts, comments, suggested changes? Commissioner Kentner, did you have yours on?
No, I just turned it back on.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. A member from a community from Clean Energy Lakewood Group spoke with us at our last meeting and sent us some draft language. I would like to make a motion to add a section 17.4.3. God, I made this too small. Point 1. Sorry, M, is that what it is? Add a number 6. I believe I said that right.
Mm-hmm.
And the number 6 would be fueling stations must meet current CARB standards for stage 1 and stage 2 vapor recovery and spillage control.
One more time so I can get it. Fueling stations must
meet current CARB standards for stage 1 and stage 2 vapor recovery and spillage control. And I believe Neil Priester sent this to all of us. I wasn't sure though, so I had it sent to all of us again.
And spillage control. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Buckley seconds. Discussion. Commissioner Buckley.
To clarify, Commissioner Kentner, I believe CARB stands for the California Air Resources
I know.
Board.
Yes, it does.
Okay. I like the spirit of the amendment. I don't know how I feel about referring to regulations made by a state body of a state that's not ours.
I have the same issue. You know, I wish that we would have gotten something earlier. I just didn't know how to change it at this point. If somebody else has some other suggestions for it, thank you for that support on the concept.
I did see this, and I guess I had some questions about whether or not it would be more appropriate in an EPA regulation than land use. And I'm a little torn on that, but I think where I would come down on it is I would absolutely love to see that be a statewide standard, but I don't know that based upon the objective and the requirements, if it might not be more appropriate in an Environmental Protection Agency regulation than in land use. But that's just me. Did you still have your light on, Commissioner Kentner, or Commissioner Buckley is next? Okay.
Yeah, another drawback to the regulation being in zoning only is it's only prospective, looking forward to new fueling stations. And so I think for reasons we've already gone over tonight, if all these changes go into effect, there's going to be very, very few new fueling stations in Lakewood, which means that this requirement, while well-intentioned, may only apply to, you know, a very small percentage of all the gas stations that ever exist in Lakewood, ever, until gas stations stop existing. And so for that reason, I also think that the ideal policy matter is, as Chair Kolkmeyer suggested, within some sort of EPA or maybe state of Colorado CPDHA regulation rather than in a zoning ordinance. That being said, of course, we don't make those environmental rules, and we do get a say in the zoning rules.
Further discussion on that?
No, I did have my
Commissioner
light on. Yeah, so, sorry, but however, now I'm convincing myself that I need to vote yes, because actually this is the one that would have the most effect, because the pumps are replaced. And so this would apply when pumps are replaced. So actually it would have probably apply more than the other rules that we're doing in that sense.
Commissioner Buckley?
Mr. Rice, is that accurate that the rule would apply to all existing gas stations whenever the time comes for them to replace their pumps?
I would have to check with someone with more knowledge on that, specifically at the building department. I don't know that in my career that when a fueling station has replaced pumps that I've been made aware of it. I've never reviewed a permit, right? So if a pump comes in to be replaced, typically permits would refer it to planning, and I don't recall pump replacement, so I don't know how that is done.
It's different than the information. So last meeting we had, we were told that it would, upgrades, when it was replaced, that it could apply. But you're saying that when they replace the pumps, they don't have to pull a permit?
I didn't say they have to pull a permit. They could be regulated at, I'd have to check with the building department to see if we actually require permits, because it could be something at the state level when you replace a pump that they go through a different permitting process, or it may not be required if it's at local level, because I'm just saying from professional experience, I've never come across a pump replacement permit for a fueling station.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess my take on that would be that these provisions only apply if you have to get a special use. So I would be quite surprised if they had to get a new special use each time they replaced pumps.
Not to mention, most of our gas stations don't have a special use permit. They never had to get one to begin with.
Okay.
So I had that say, yeah, I also had that same thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is, if there's no further discussion, the motion is to add a section 17.4.3.1 M6. Fueling stations must meet current CARB vapor recovery and spillage control requirements. And we'll open voting. And that fails 1 to 4. Other thoughts or questions about this resolution? Suggestions, improvements? Commissioner Buckley.
Yes, I have a couple more items. The current definition of a fueling station, I think, is inclusive of all types of fuel. I'm reading the definition. It says a retail establishment in which vehicles are serviced, especially with fuel, air, oil, or water. And it goes on to say some other things. And it does say that a electric vehicle charging station accessory to a primary use is not a fueling station. But what I interpret this definition to mean is that a fueling station that dispenses just electricity for electric vehicles, and that's the primary use, is in fact still a fueling station. My question for Mr. Rice is, am I interpreting that correct? If someone were to want to open up, say, a level 3 charging station that just had electric vehicle chargers, and that's all they really did, that's a fueling station, correct?
Right. In 2012, when we wrote it, we specifically wrote that definition to include EV. There wasn't much EV going on, but we didn't want to exclude it at the time, so we kind of made it more broad, yes.
Right. And I don't know of any EV specific, like solo charging stations in Lakewood now, but I mean, it's certainly possible to foresee that that could become a land use in the future. So the changes we are making tonight, adding a requirement that the fueling stations may not be located within 2,640 feet of another fueling station. That's just increasing the current 1,000 feet requirement. We're actually also striking the part about traffic conditions like a median being an exception to that. And we're striking the part about the primary fuel at the two stations being different. The rationale, I believe, for striking those two following sections, making the exceptions about different fueling types and making the exceptions about traffic conditions, is the testimony we heard at the last meeting regarding the aggregate cumulative effects of pollution from gas stations being near each other, just making it much worse than if you're near one gas station. But I wonder if that really wouldn't be the situation if you had, say, a primary use, like electric vehicle only gas station within a half mile of a gas station that dispenses, diesel and gasoline. So for that reason, I will make a motion to amend 17.4.3.1.3 to read that a fueling station that dispenses gasoline or diesel fuel may not be located within 2,640 feet of another fueling station that also dispenses gasoline or diesel fuel.
Dispenses gasoline. Do you want to say petroleum fuel? Petroleum-based fuel?
I'll accept a friendly amendment of saying petroleum-based fuel.
petroleum-based fuels. So the motion is that under Section 1 of this draft resolution, sub 3, the fueling station, I think maybe we would also change it to a fueling station that dispenses petroleum-based fuels may not be located within 2,640 feet of another fueling station of any kind, or another fueling station that
also dispenses petroleum-based fuels.
That dispenses petroleum. Is there a second? I will second.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll reiterate, the intent of this motion is to not disallow a electric vehicle charging station that's the primary use of the property, just because it's near an old-fashioned petroleum dispensing gas station, because the aggregate effects of pollution and harm to public health associated with it that is motivating the reason for these new rules would not be present in that situation.
Commissioner Furman.
So I'm trying to quickly look at what the definition of a fueling station is. My only concern being, is a strictly electric charging station a fueling station? The reason I think of this is because there's so many locations you could imagine a strictly a 7-Eleven putting a charging station in front of them. Is the thing that defines it that it's selling the energy source, or is it that it's a fueling station provides a petroleum fuel? I'm just trying to avoid the redundancy if we don't need it based on the way in which the definition works. I don't actually have it at hand, so I was trying to look it up at the moment.
Yeah, and I absolutely, positively appreciate this catch, because the last thing I think we want to do is discourage potentially a standalone electric fueling station. I am wondering, though, if it might be appropriate to do it more globally in this section, which is that these supplemental standards, all of them that have to do with fueling stations, would only apply to fueling stations that dispense petroleum-based fuels. Because I think we'd also have the question about, does it need to stay a certain distance from residential? Does it need to have a certain number of level 3 charging? So I'm wondering if this change, which might be a good one, and Mr. Rice, feel free to talk us off the ledge here. Is there any argument that these supplemental standards applying to a special use permit for a fueling station, that we would be confident it would not apply to an electric only? If there's a chance it might apply.
There's a chance it might apply.
Okay.
Because the definition was written to include, be inclusive and not prohibit something that we didn't know, didn't quite understand that we knew was coming in the future. And so that Commissioner Buckley's catch this evening was accurate. We were trying to not exclude a use that hadn't established itself in 2012.
You've just earned the right to stay on the commission. Commissioner Buckley.
I understand I had that right anyways until the 31st of March of 2026, I think. But anyway, your point's well taken that maybe this belongs more globally, because now that I've made this motion and we're talking about it, number 4, it can't be within, now 0.2 of a mile of any residential use. Well, what exactly is the public health rationale of keeping a electric vehicle charging station exclusively, 0.2 of a mile away from a residence? The rationale for the rule we have now is because of the harmful vapors and chemicals of the gas station and runoff of pollutants and contaminants, and none of that's true with an electric vehicle charging station, except maybe you still have a parking lot with impervious surface where runoff has all the gunk that comes off of cars. But you have to draw a line somewhere, because we don't prohibit parking lots within 0.2 of a mile of residences. So to my point,
Let me post a hypothetical.
Let's rewrite this.
If you were to withdraw that motion, another subsequent motion could be that right up at the top under M, fueling stations were identified as a special use. A fueling station that dispenses petroleum-based fuels shall be subject to the following. And that would then limit all of these to only those types of fueling stations.
I'd be agreeable to that. I withdraw my motion.
And I would take my second off. But Commissioner Kettner has her light on.
I'm kind of going back and forth trying to, so tell me again, or let me just, sorry, it's getting late. So the intent is to make sure that we can still have like standalone electric chargers, right?
Yes, that's correct. That are not accessory to some other use, because that's specifically defined as already not a fueling station and wouldn't be impacted by these new rules we're making, even if like my motion doesn't pass.
Right, so they're currently not considered fueling stations.
I think Mr. Rice is telling us that may not be the case. that
Well,
they
it says a retail establishment at which vehicles are serviced. So we're considering plugging in the charger service?
It's getting fuel. That's at least how I interpret it.
I guess I always thought of that as more than. And it says, and where ancillary repair, maintenance, or replacement may be obtained.
It's a may. So it doesn't have to be there. It just could be. So a fueling station.
Right, that's why I'm saying, so a standalone electric charger would not be a fueling station then.
Then why make the exception in the last sentence, the definition? A fueling station does not include any facility meeting the definition of a major or minor facility below, or any electric vehicle charging stations accessory to a primary use.
Because those are about, the ones below are about, repair places and.
Right, but the part about the electric vehicle charging stations accessory to a primary use not being a fueling station.
I agree with your concept. I was just trying to find an easy way, like you said, to do it. So that's the only reason I bring it up.
I'll just say that I read the definition and I interpreted it to mean that a standalone facility that has EV chargers, and that's the primary use of the facility, is encompassed within the meaning of fueling station. And I think Mr. Rice agrees.
Okay. Yeah, if that's the primary use, yeah. I don't know what the easiest thing to do is to change it.
I would make a motion that under Section 1 of our draft resolution M, fueling stations were identified as a special use, a fueling station, and insert that dispenses petroleum-based fuels shall be subject to the following. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Buckley.
There are site design requirements in 17.6.3b that have to be followed. That's requirement number 1 under these supplemental standards that we're considering modifying now. And so if we insert this global clause about these special use criteria only apply to fueling stations that dispense petroleum-based fuels, does that mean that the site design requirements are not binding on an electric vehicle charging station? And maybe they don't need to be, because there's things like about a canopy, and I don't know, do EV chargers need that? I've never seen any with them. Mm-hmm. But there's not a lot of them yet either. So I don't know if we're getting ourselves into a different problem with this wording, just asking the question. Mr. Rice, if you have any insight, that would be appreciated.
Good question. It depends on, I don't know that we've defined standalone EV fueling stations yet. And what that might entail, design-wise, placement-wise, and so forth. Jonathan Wachtel is working with a group to come up with EV standards that are more specific for kind of community or Lakewood facilities and so forth. But we can invite Jonathan in. It's an amendment you could propose now that addresses the petroleum-based fueling stations, and then as part of the comp plan, you could make another amendment in the future, or as part of the comp plan, I know we're going to talk a little more about EV stations and so forth with the zoning update. You could do it in the next 24 months as well. So, couple different ways to approach it.
Yeah, personally, I don't love the idea of passing something knowing that we need to fix part of it later and pass something else again. That just seems like not best practice. If we know there's an issue now, let's get rid of all the issues before we pass something new legislatively. Maybe I need a moment to read the additional site design requirements there to see if they give me heartburn of applying them to EV chargers. And just maybe another simple definition, but maybe we need to add more definitions to Chapter 14 of the zoning ordinance and define an EV fueling station separately from a petroleum-based fueling station.
So I'll simply say I don't know if this gives you a level of comfort or not. It does for me. Is reminding ourselves of what the status of these recommendations are. We are making recommendations as specifically as we can. They go back to the city council because they requested them. But there is a step after that where the city council says, undoubtedly to the city attorney and to the planning department, put this in the proper ordinance form. Because this is only a resolution. We cite ordinance language, but this is not ready to be passed by city council without it going through that staff level review. But I think it is a good point that you've made. Commissioner Furman.
I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Buckley's middle statement and then disagree with your starting and ending statements. Only so far as to say that I think the reality of this is that the design standards that relate to a petroleum-based fueling station, when you look at them, are so inherently different than what a charging fueling station would be, such that I think the loss of them, even if it were just taken as is now, I don't think is a big loss, because of the way they function is so, with the exception of perhaps some of the elements of how you drive in and out. But I mean, you're right, the canopies, the way fuel pumps sit, the relationship to the building, all of that stuff is really the only part I think that becomes relevant is the in and out relationship to the streets. But anyway, and even that may not be. So I agree with 1/3 of what you were just saying. So the middle third.
I'll take what I can get.
Any further discussion on that? The motion in front of us would be to change Section 1 of this draft resolution, M, fueling stations were identified as a special use, comma, a fueling station, and then insert that dispenses petroleum-based fuels shall be subject to the following. Commissioner Buckley.
I'll just say that what you said, Chair Kolkmeyer, you made a very good point about, staff has a level of review, and then city council has to pass this in an ordinance form. And so maybe there's still some questions, but that does give me the comfort to finish this up tonight.
Go ahead and open the voting. And that passes unanimously, so that change has been made. Any further changes? Commissioner Buckley.
Okay. In Chapter 17.7, under the specifically 17.7.6.3, motor vehicle service facility, and then B, fueling station. That's the site design criteria that was just, referenced under the special use permit approval criteria that we were talking about. Number 2, there is different criteria for mixed use zone districts and talking about the urban and transit context and the suburban context. We're actually eliminating mixed use districts entirely as an allowed place where gas stations can go. So this text will just kind of be rendered without purpose or meaning. Maybe it doesn't cause any harm, but it just doesn't need to be there anymore. Our zoning code considers the commercial districts, and I believe the industrial districts too, where these things will still be allowed. It considers them suburban context, so I might make a suggestion to strike B and C under, what was it? I'll make a motion to strike 17.7.6.3, point B, point 2, point B and C, just because they're not pertinent anymore, and also strike the corresponding figures 17.7.9 and 17.7.10 that correspond with those urban and transit contexts that are no longer applicable.
So, is there a second on that motion? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll go slowly. It's 17.7.6.3,
point B,
point B,
point 2,
point 2, point B, and point C, and it's on page 7-12 of the of the zoning code.
Right. And that's small b and small c at the end.
Correct.
Yes. So the motion would be to strike the section of the zoning ordinance 17.7.6.3, point B, point 2, point sub B's, point sub C, and to strike tables 17.7.9 and 17.710.
That would be figure 17.79
I'm sorry, figure.
and figure 17.710.
Figure. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Commissioner Kettner.
In the unusual event that there would be a convenience store without a fueling station, would this be a problem in any way? I know it says fueling station at the top, but the retail it's talking about a retail building. But I guess if there's not a fueling station, then okay, thank you, I'm good. I just have to get over that. I'm good.
I'm comfortable supporting this addition to the resolution as well. Another good catch in my view. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Buckley.
Just as I'm looking at the code, I do have some more thoughts, actually. My motion would still leave the introductory text under 2. In mixed-use zone districts, a fueling station shall be subject to the following, and then A, in a suburban context. So maybe my motion should encompass actually just striking all that in mixed-use zone districts, the fueling stations shall be subject to the following, and leaving the text in A, but maybe just leaving that as number 2. So the pump canopy shall meet the primary structure of build 2 zones identified in table 17.5.2 and so on as it goes. This might be very unclear to anyone who's not looking at the zoning code as I'm reading along, and I apologize.
So, so you have an alternative way that this maybe could be phrased, and we are looking at 17.
A question for Mr. Rice, if I may, Chair.
Certainly.
Mr. Rice, can we just maybe amend our motion and pass a motion in the resolution asking you to clean up these sections to be compatible with the other rules that we're making? That might be the cleaner way than trying to edit all this text on the fly.
Excuse me, some of the questions you're asking tonight would be something that if staff was working on this item, we would have caught those things and brought those before you. And so I'm agreeing with you because I can recall some of this. I haven't gone through the ordinance and tried. I don't know where else you may have conflicts within the zoning code specific to fueling stations and design. We could sit here for a very long time and catch a lot of these. So that would come back. If I were to do that or staff were to do that, we would follow what Commissioner Kolkmeyer mentioned earlier at the council level.
Okay. Then I might withdraw this whole motion and make another motion directing Mr. Rice and his staff to harmonize the requirements in section 17.7.6.3 point B with the other changes we're making.
Is there a second on that motion? And it fails for a second, and I think that's the right thing because, again, remember what we've got here. This is a resolution. It's not a draft ordinance. The kinds of technical harmonizing is exactly what happens at the ordinance drafting stage, but not at the resolution stage. So I have no doubt that all of those things will be caught. You will probably have already caught most of them, but there may be one or two others which I think they would catch. I think our charge is more to give a roadmap to the city council and say, here's what we see happening. Gas stations are going away, and we have plenty of them. So if they're going to be treated, this is conceptually how they should be treated in the future. Because I am concerned that if we were charged with drafting it to perfection, I know we couldn't do that today. And I'm not sure how long we could do it. So that's
all fair. I'm comfortable with it. And just the fact that we've had this discussion, I have every confidence that by the time it gets to council, Mr. Rice and his staff will have reviewed this further.
Well, and remember, there's a step before that. They don't have to touch it until city council says, oh, thank you, Planning Commission, for giving us these recommendations. Staff, draft us an ordinance.
Right.
And they may not choose to do that, or they may choose to only take some of these recommendations. Any other thoughts about specific changes? Have you had a chance to contemplate vacuums? Commissioner Furman? And you don't have to, but
well,
I want to make sure.
Look at it this way. I'm choosing to leave it alone. I see what the intent of it is. I still believe it's worded in such a way that you run the risk of people saying no to a car wash because of theoretically the vacuum faces a residential. As I stated, I'm not. It doesn't raise an issue for me personally. It's not the best language, but I'm leaving it alone. So thanks.
Any other thoughts, Commissioner Buckley?
To the point Mr. Furman raised, I'm okay with keeping that language we strike, just so there's not the ambiguity. And I think if there is a building in between, that probably is a buffer to the noise. I understand what we're trying to go after, but maybe just striking that's not strictly necessary. I do have one other motion, totally unrelated to make, but I'll pause here in case anyone else wants to talk to Commissioner Furman's issue with the vacuums.
Well, if people, I guess we could put it out. I would be willing to put a motion out to unstrike that section, however we want to say that. And the intent being that I think the original intent of this was clearly that there is something intervening between those vacuums and that. Without it there, I think it loses some of that intent. Again, I appreciate anyway. So I make a motion to.
So the motion would be under Section 4 to have all of that subsection 4 remain as it is currently in the zoning ordinance. Remove the strikeout. Unstrike the strikeout. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Kettner seconds. Discussion.
I'll just say, I just want to mention that there is a LAC has been working on stricter noise ordinances and including decibel limits. I hope that goes through, because even with a building or something, there could be problems with this that we need to deal with. But I'm in support of your motion.
No further discussion. We'll open it up. So that passes 4-1. So we will be removing just that sub 4 in its entirety, because the effect of that will be to leave the existing provision as it is. All right. Other thoughts? Commissioner Buckley.
New issue. I was looking at Article 14, definitions. We have 2 definitions of a car wash. I don't know if that's bad, but it's kind of confusing. They're not the same. Under car wash, alphabetically, like in the C's, it's a car wash is defined as any building, premises, or portions thereof used for the washing, polishing, or detailing of automobiles and other light motor vehicles. And further down, under motor vehicle service, we have a sub-definition for car wash that says a facility for the washing, waxing, vacuuming, and interior steam cleaning of motor vehicles, not including commercial fleets, heavy trucks, and buses. These are 2 different definitions. Mr. Rice, does this ever cause any problems? It does seem like something that ought to be cleaned up, though.
We can look at it. The standalone definition for car wash was that if it's a standalone car wash. The other one generally was associated with motor service of some type, thinking of a larger dealership, although it could be something else. And so that's why you get the variations between the 2. It probably could be cleaned up as part of this process as well.
Yeah, I'll just note that if you look up fueling station, just under the F's for fueling station, the definition is C, motor vehicle service. And so then you go look under that motor vehicle service definition, which is the same place that has the second car wash definition, and it has a unique definition of fueling station there that we were talking about earlier this evening. So I don't know, for whatever reason, fueling station did not need a separate definition outside motor vehicle service. I guess it has to be a motor vehicle service if it's a fueling station. I don't know if it's something that we want to do to like clean up this discrepancy of 2 car wash definitions now, or leave that something that maybe happens in the ordinance drafting process if council accepts these recommendations from us and wants to make an ordinance.
I guess my question would be, the staff would decide what is a car wash for purposes of the use, or if council approves our changes, for whether it required a special use or not. So you would all have to choose what that would be.
Right.
Okay. And that's true of the current law. Okay. How do you feel on this one, Commissioner Buckley?
I wish we had one definition.
Commissioner Kempner.
Well, if we heard anything tonight, we heard more staff discretion is probably not a good thing. I don't know what that means, though, for your motion.
Why? I'm sorry, did I miss a motion? Is there?
I don't know what that means, really. I haven't made a motion yet. Yeah. I'm just discussing the issue.
Any further discussion or a motion on that issue? Is it possible? Oh, Commissioner. Oh, you look like. Yes, Commissioner Buckley.
I was going to ask Mr. Rice if there is a way to make this one definition that's operable to all contexts and inclusive of all these things. Maybe this takes your staff to think about it, because the definitions are different. I don't really know if I have an opinion of which one's better. I just want there to be one.
So I need to look. In Article 4, fueling station, is car wash a standalone use in the use chart? So the other thing, so I'm looking at Article 4, the use table. Under motor vehicle service, it has car wash, fueling station, major and minor. So car wash is not a standalone use. It's a subset of the motor vehicle service. The easy thing is we could remove the definition, standalone definition for car wash. I'm not sure what that does to the rest of the ordinance, right? The other thing is it could have been that we had this discussion in 2012 about the same thing. We had fueling station as a standalone definition. We morphed it into motor vehicle service, and we overlooked car wash. I'm not sure that we're almost 2012. We're getting close to, or 15 years applying the ordinance. So it could have been an oversight when it was put together. And yes, we could remove one of the two definitions without actually going through and looking at it. I would not recommend just randomly deleting a definition.
Yeah,
Commissioner Buckley.
I agree. So maybe I can, I'll do this. I'm going to make a motion. Make a motion that staff recommend to City Council, along with the Planning Commission's resolution, one singular definition for a car wash.
So I'm going to need a motion that fits in this resolution. And I will also point out that these are our recommendations to City Council, for which staff, if we want staff to be involved with these responses to City Council, that is a significantly delayed process. I appreciate the urge, but I guess for the purposes of this motion, if you could identify where in this resolution you think appropriate to add, and then let's talk about the language.
Yeah, I'm looking at the motion. I'm looking at the resolution, and I'm also struggling to find the place to fit this. It is late. I don't know. Mr. Rice, if we don't pass anything because we don't know where to fit it in this resolution, can we have some sort of assurance that this is going to get cleaned up? I don't know if you can give that without a motion or resolution from us is stronger for sure.
Right. If council directs us to follow up on the recommendations, we would go through and do an analysis of the ordinance and make sure what we put together, whatever council requests, we'll look at it, yes, and put a document together that's consistent.
Commissioner Kettner.
In looking at the resolution for tonight, Commissioner Buckley, I think if you would want to, we could add a section H. G says, based on the information provided, Planning Commission recommends to the City Council the following amendments to Article 17, and then it's all those for G. And as H, you could add your recommendation. Would that work?
I think that does work. Okay. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that in our resolution we add an H. The Planning Commission recommends to the City Council that in Article 14 definitions, it be revised to include only one definition of a car wash.
Almost there. So the motion would be to add a sub H under in the resolution that says the Planning Commission recommends to City Council that Article 17 definitions be revised to have a single definition of a car wash. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Kentner seconds. Any discussion? Then we'll open the voting. And that passes unanimously. Very good. Anything further? Commissioner Kentner, do you have your?
No, sorry. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Now, I am prepared to accept a motion to approve this resolution as publicly noticed with the changes, and I'll just remind people of what the changes are. I believe we have made 1, 2, 3, 4 changes. The first change is this new sub H. The Planning Commission recommends to the City Council that Article 17 definitions be revised to have a single definition of a car wash. Then, in 17.4.3.1M, fueling stations were identified as a special use. A fueling station that dispenses petroleum-based fuels shall be subject to the following. Then, in sub 4, we say the fueling station may not be located within 1,056 feet of any residential use. And finally, we'll be deleting sub 4 under section 4, and the effect of that will be to unstrike the striking. We're recommending no change to that section of the code. Would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Buckley moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Furman seconds. Any further discussion? The voting is open. And that passes unanimously. I will get with, let me clear the votes. We'll just confirm with our secretary, right? You're the one who signs, you and I. Great. So just, sorry it is late. I'll reconfirm, as will Mr. Furman with Mr. Rice, on the exact wording here to make sure that it complies with what we've revised, and then we'll get this approved. And with that, that is the third set of recommendations that we are returning to City Council. So that is great work. I appreciate it very much, everybody's work on that. With that, we'll go to item number 5, which is my suggestion for amending our Planning Commission bylaws, and I am happy to talk about this as long as anyone would like to. But again, the premise here, and this was a noticed resolution that has to do with bringing us into compliance under our rules and regulations, what is standard practice for courts, for administrative agencies, for commissions and boards, that has to do with allowing individuals to either swear or affirm that they are going to tell us the truth. Are there questions or thoughts about this draft? Commissioner Buckley.
As someone who has some friends who call themselves friends, I affirm that I like this.
Your friends appreciate it. Any other questions or thoughts? Is there a motion regarding this resolution? I will make the motion that we approve this resolution, which would have the effect of changing our rules and regulations as described here under subsection D. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Griblionis seconded. Any further discussion? We'll open the voting. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, friends. That is item 5. Item 6, general business. Do we have any items under general business? And if not from the commission, I don't know if you have any updates for us, Mr. Rice, scheduling or otherwise?
I think I talked about schedule last time. The 6th, the art plan is coming, and then 17th in April we'll be looking at an SUP, and then I think at the dais I left the commissioners that were here. The comprehensive plan has launched, and so you've got the flyer. The survey has gone out in looking at Lakewood, so I was just providing a little publicity for the comp plan process. So I won't spend a lot of time on that. If you have questions, you can direct those to me, or you could reach out to Roger's group as well.
Terrific. Anything else from commissioners? Commissioner Buckley.
When are the future meetings again? Our next meeting?
March 6th, I believe. Then, hold on, let me get a calendar up. So the next one is March 6th, and then we're proposing March 20th, April 3rd and April 17th, May 1st and May 15th, and then June it's 5th and 12th, and we're not doing the 19th because the 19th is a city holiday.
I think in May, our schedule had switched to the 8th.
Did it switch to the 8th in May?
Yeah, and I think that is an accommodation for me. What we don't know, and I've asked Mr. Rice to continue to regularly expect 2 meetings a month. However, I don't know what projects may come. It may be that I suspect some of those meetings will be canceled. Our biggest task at this moment will be to continue our discussion on the latest request that we've received from City Council as regards recommendations. Commissioner Buckley?
Mr. Rice, can you repeat that date when we have the special use permit case?
I am still finalizing staff reports, but we've given the applicant April 17th as a date. And that's what we're working towards. So, and it'll be so the packet is prepared prior to notice. So that way, if they don't meet something, we're not sending out a notice that we're going to hold a meeting. So you've still got a month before I can say that date is firm. But that's what we're shooting for. So.
Okay.
It could change. I could come back at the end of March and say they didn't meet their deadline and we're looking at one in May, but that's what we're after right now.
All right. Well, thank you. I have every confidence you'll keep us abreast of any developments.
Yep.
And I'll just humbly suggest, we had a late night meeting tonight talking about some legislative matters. I would be in favor of trying to separate meetings where we're talking about some of these legislative matters from meetings where we have quasi-judicial cases.
And we do not anticipate, at this moment, it seems like the only thing that would be on the agenda is the discussion of the recommendation related to the park and earlier community engagement. Yeah.
Right.
Great. Well, thank you all. Another late night, a lot of good work. I really appreciate it. And I think the folks who came here tonight appreciated it as well. We'll adjourn at 11:34.